16. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, John.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing good. It's cold here.
Yes, 23 here.
4-degree chill factor right now.
Gonna get -10 tonight.
That's too cold for me.
That's cold for Tennessee.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hey, Sister Phyllis.
Hey, Phyllis.
Sister Jen and Brother Joe. It's good to see you.
See you.
Oh, you got your little scarf.
Oh, trying to stay warm.
Cute. Do you have snow there this morning, Phyllis?
I'm sorry.
Do you have snow this morning?
Well, it never went away. We haven't gotten any more.
Okay.
But what we had is still there.
Oh, yes.
We got a 1/2 inch, I guess, last night.
There's JJ. Good morning, JJ.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. I always get you confused with KK. I don't know your side.
You're so goofy. I'm so glad I didn't go to work. Oh my goodness.
Well, everyone seems to be. We had a strange thing to happen last night. I mean, the snow flurries had just begun, and it was around 11, and we went to go to bed, and we heard this rumbling sound, and there was a snow plow going down our street. With the plow going down our street, no snow.
Nothing on her.
And I'm like, where were they at last year when we had a foot on the ground and we couldn't get out for 10 days?
Look at what my work got.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's up in Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
that was at the station I was supposed to drive to this morning. I would have never made it. JJ'd be on the side of the road somewhere.
How did you get out of going to work?
My captain actually suggested to get it covered with somebody that has a truck that lives up there because it's 2 hours away, and I was only supposed to work a 12-hour shift tonight, and I don't like going there if I'm not going to be paid to be there, and especially since I was going to have a Sabbath off for the first time in a long time, so I don't know. He just suggested it and offered it, and it worked out. Yeah. It's great.
Hey, Phyllis, how's Lou doing?
He's doing fine. He's supposed to be bringing my coffee in a minute, but we're all doing very well. Thank you.
I didn't know if he's still out making deliveries with coffee or not. I didn't know.
Hey,
Hey, Sister Roz.
how y'all doing?
We're doing fine.
That's
I
good.
enjoyed the little Shabbat video.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. But Joe doesn't like sweet potato brownies, and boy, he sure hated my avocado brownies. But anyway, I love sweet potato brownies.
I was gonna say avocado brownies. When did you make those? How did I miss them?
It was the first time and the last time. It was about 2 years ago.
I think we waited till you left the other day, wasn't it?
They made me eat them all because no one liked them. But
No?
She didn't complain.
they said they didn't like eating green brownies.
Well, these are brown, though.
Mine were green. Well, mine
Greenies.
were greenish brown.
Greenies, not brownies.
Anyway, I thought they were delicious. I like things like that, but I like sticking with the basics and the no sugar stuff. So, but I don't quite have them all trained to not do the sugar thing. So that's okay.
One thought about it, that the sugar, the powdered sugar and the regular sugar If you have it in a line and you have cocaine in a line, they look the same and they
Exactly.
react the same up here.
That's what I told Joe one time. I said, you know that powdered sugar looks like, I guess, what I see. I've never seen any myself, but
This was a picture. I've never seen it myself either.
Feeling on.
Hey, Sister Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi,
Hey, everybody.
Sandra.
Morning, Miss Parker. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. How are you?
We're all
I'm
we're
good,
all
thanks.
fine. Good to see you.
Good.
Good to see you too.
Now that most of the sisters are here, I just want to tell you we heard from Gina, and she's doing well, and she sends her love.
Yeah, I've been thinking about her for the last 2 days. So she's tuning in today. I love you, Gina, and I hope you're doing well.
I don't know if she's ever found us online because when Dan was alive, he would not let her get on the internet. And so she says she has the ability, but I don't know if she does because it wasn't his desire for her to do that. So I don't know if she's tuned in or not.
She may respect that and not do that. But so what was it that stuck out last night to everyone in the study? I'll share what stuck out with me, and I was wondering if in the end days, Mark had shared about the radiance of Musha, and would that not be something in the end days to where the people out there knew that we were the one that has him in us because of our radiance, that we're glowing during that time, that radiance, there's no doubt that we are with our Elohim. I'm like, wow, is that just not amazing? That is just amazing. To where there would be some awe there, like, oh wow, they are the ones, they have Yahuwah. We look at them and we know that. Of course, some of us experience that even now, but even more so in the end days. That would be, I just, when he said that, I was like, oh wow, that is so awesome.
I got a question. What do y'all think about this? He was in, I was just doing a study on another study, and when he was unalived on the tree, and then he was in there, as he was unalived, was the earthquake. And so that was when the tombs opened up. And by the way, a casket has a door on it too, just like the door, door opening up. So, but anyway, they were out there that 3 days. And so at the end of the time, couldn't that be like you have the 2,000 years before, and then you've got this 1,000 years that's going to be coming, the seventh millennium. So that's the end of the 3 days. You know what I mean? And that was a foreshadow of we know it was a foreshadow of the end times, but that those 3 days represent the 3,000 years, the last 3,000.
Guess I'll share mine. Mine was, me, June. I guess everybody else doesn't know my personality that well, but when he was talking about being bold in the end times, if we're, because we're going to be going through all this together and we have to be out there because people are going to be thirsty for the word, and it's going to be in here, and we're going to have to be out there because people are going to be wanting to hear the word, and we're going to know it because we study it, and we do these studies together, and we read the word daily, and I know that we all do. And I feel confident. Like, I was thinking about that in myself. I was like, oh, I could totally do that, be out there and boldly speak about Yahuwah and Yahusha without any qualms whatsoever. Like, I was just like kind of got excited about it in a way. I know that sounded weird, like through a traumatic experience, through everything that we're going to be going through, but I'm like, yeah, yes, send me, here I am. I don't know. It was just, I had that feeling whenever Mark said that. So that was my take on last night.
June, I like the subject, and I was going to share, but yours and JJ's are so much bigger. I'm just going to be quiet. Thank you.
You go ahead and share.
You better share, Miss Phyllis. You have to now. You can't leave us in suspense like that.
It was open.
I just always feel insecure that maybe I'm going to get my words mixed up. There's a song I like that says, sometimes I don't speak right, but I know what I'm talking about. I just enjoyed the thinking about how he himself, when he talks about I'm the vine and you're the branches, you get this, I get this mental picture of a vine with branches on it, but when you stop and actually think who really is the vine, it that gives me goosebumps because we're actually part of him. So, and that leads to the representing the light that you were talking about, and JJ, what you were talking about. So, see, mine was just like a little bitty part of your all's.
Well, you were at the root of what we were explaining there. So without the root,
I was just gonna say you started at the root, and we were at the end, and you started at the beginning.
Okay, you all jumped ahead of me.
That's right.
what did you glean, Sister Sandra?
So I was gleaning that we will be the manifestation of him. Like he's the esteem. We don't know what we're going to be yet, but whatever we are, we're going to be like him. That's what I was getting from that. So we're going to be full of light. We're going to be full of love. We're going to be manifested. Yahusha's, little Yahusha's, part of the body. He's the chief cornerstone, and we're going to be in his likeness. It was a great message. I really enjoyed it. And did you hear Brother Mark sing?
I was just going to say, Sister Sandra, I think you're rubbing off on him.
He was praising Yahuwah last night. I said, oh, listen to this. This is wonderful. He's getting it. Because remember in Marshall, chapter 8, where he was one with Yahuwah while he was creating everything. And it says that, I think in verse, let me see what verse it is. He was rejoicing. It's in verse, I'd say this is verse 36. Then I was beside him, a master designer, and I was his delight, yom by yom, rejoicing before him all the time, rejoicing in the world with the sons of men. And now you listen to me, you children, for blessed are they who guard my ways. So while us manifesting all of his being living word, we're always rejoicing before him no matter what we encounter, because he's the one doing the work. I thought that was awesome.
Good morning, Mr. Phil, without the hat. Woo!
Well, Phyllis has got you trained well, doesn't she?
Guys, we're just like that.
Yeah. How are you all?
We're doing fine.
Awesome. I had a little girl. I was going to show you guys yesterday. I was walking my kids to specials for second graders, and I have a really just a diverse classroom. But anyway, a lot of different needs, And this little girl came up to me and says, basically, I know you love me because I feel it in my heart. And that was like one of the best compliments I've ever received.
That's beautiful.
It was. I wanted to share that. I just got taken back by it because, I'm pretty gruff with them. I'm, guy. So I'm like, get back over there, do, all this kind of stuff. And they really thrive on that discipline and stuff. So anyway, thought all praise to Yahuwah. Obviously she sees him because my gruff exterior and, I'm not your average elementary school teacher, I guess. If I've been told, I don't know, I'm not trying to say anything about it really, but I just thought you guys would enjoy that fact that she felt it in her heart. And that's pretty cool from a 7-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying?
And what did you say back?
I just go, that's one of the best compliments I've ever gotten. So she just smiled at me, and she was one that just would tear the room apart. Not mine, but the year before. She has so many challenges. I mean, literally knock over desks, throw stuff all over the place. So she's in my room now, and she's thriving. So it's pretty awesome. It's all praise to the Father. Obviously, it's not me. I can't do it alone. So, but anyway, it's just interesting, and I thought you'd enjoy that. So,
Thank you.
you bet.
Now
So
tell us what you gleaned from last night's message.
I wasn't there. One of my second graders, which is now close to, well, he's in the high 20s. He fought in a championship. Well, he's a 9-time champion in boxing, and I helped him a little bit with different things. And anyway, he had a match last night, so we watched that, a bunch of us. So I was absent from the study, but we've kept in contact with each other, and I've helped him as I teach all this martial arts, so I've helped him refine some things, and so it's just fun to see that happen too. I'm knowing him now. Well, if he's 20, it's like 20 years, and he reaches out to me all the time. So it was pretty cool. Another one of those connections, So a lot of times teachers have them with older students just because the older students can process things like that better. But when you have a 7 or 8-year-old that continues to, want that relationship, student teacher relationship, clear into their, he's married, he's got 3 kids and all this kind of stuff. So it's kind of a special thing as well. So for sure. So anyway, that's why I wasn't there. What did he do it on?
The vine. That was the main thing we all got out of it. What would you say, Sister Jen?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. The vineyard. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I saw the title because it came up, and so anyway, yeah, cool. I'll have to look at it.
Jen, we're getting snow now.
Oh, is this supposed to snow? Is there supposed to be a blizzard there?
They keep changing it. I can't keep track. They change it every minute what we're supposed to get and when.
Yeah, I know. I saw a bunch of feeds on a huge winter storm or something like that, and I just, I didn't. So when it's not in your area, then you look at it, but you kind of, definitely pray for all you guys dealing with all this foolishness. But, just so the power stays on, right? That's the biggest thing.
You see, Brother Chance is here.
And where is he? He's hiding.
Good morning, Brother Chance.
Shabbat shalom, brothers and sisters.
Shabbat
How are you
shalom.
guys doing?
Doing good. I've been waiting, Chance, to show you this.
Uh-oh.
We've got a book to share with your children now.
It's
So
published?
yes, it is
Oh,
published.
man.
This is for the young children. I also have one for 5th and 6th grade that was up this week. So big picture book. And this particular one, of course, in the beginning is for creation. So it's perfect for bedtime reading.
June, I was actually going to text you about that last night and see if I could order one for my grandson.
Yeah. How do you get one of those?
Just go to Amazon or
Okay.
Lou will have them up. He's got his on his way, but I'm going to read this particular page here. Yahuwah spoke. He put all kinds of sea animals in the waters, the Mayim. He spoke and put all kinds of birds on the arets. They filled the oceans and the skies. He saw that it was good. The Yom is the daytime. The Lala is the dark time. The evening and the morning were the 5th day. So we're working in some of our Hebrew words. And then that's going back to the creation of Adam there. And then I have a picture dictionary or glossary in the back to teach those words.
Oh, cool.
Wow, that's so great. Hallelujah.
It is.
Back of the
Thank
book.
you for your labors there, my sister. My goodness, that is such a baraka to us right there.
All esteem to Yahusha. He's the one that gave me this. And he started it by putting the thought into Phyllis, who then in turn came to me. So yes, it's a beautiful, I'll be making a whole series out of these, Master willing, but this is perfect for bedtime reading because it teaches them just a few words and it repeats them throughout the text so that they can learn those words, so that they can be familiar with the Hebrew words, the way it was originally written. So I love that. I'm so excited about it.
Yeah.
That is so amazing, sister. I'm so thankful for that. I'm actually going to probably, it's Shabbat today, so I won't probably go on there buying and selling today. But tomorrow I most certainly will go on there. But
Me too. What's the title?
In the beginning. And the one for the 5th and 6th graders is and Yahuwah said. So it's about 130 page book, and it's for, of course, older children, and it's the same line. It teaches the words and the stories in context. So just praise y'all for that.
Man, that is hallelujah, Barak Yahuwah for this, because just to share a quick witness, my children are constantly, especially my daughter, is getting hit on all different angles from Christians. They're trying to push this Jesus into my daughter, and I'm constantly having to take it back out of her. You know what I mean? Even my Asha's mother's side comes by, and she's a religious woman. She comes and brings these like Christian Bibles, and she leaves them laying around the house, and I have to take those things up and throw them in the trash and everything. And I'm just like, these are attacks. These are attacks, on a low key level, and they're coming at the children on the flank, the little ones, so I got my hands full here. I'm swinging this sword around like you wouldn't believe, cutting up
Reminder of
I'm just kidding. I'm not cutting up everybody, but I'm defending my children with that sword. You better believe it. So, that's really good to do that because, I know I can think of some adults right now that need that book.
Well, when Yahuwah gave that to me, I was led not to follow those traditional patterns, the traditional pictures, the traditional story titles. And I actually saw on Amazon where the top selling books are demonic children's books, even little
Yeah, you're
and they're anime. And you know, I was telling Lou and Phyllis, I said, if those children can say all of those long Japanese anime names and words, they can certainly learn the Hebrew. They can certainly learn that and incorporate that, especially even in our younger children. So, I went away from the traditional layout and then used all the Hebrew words and then what it, like Yitzhak, and just titled the story of Yitzhak. That's who it's about. So, yeah. I mean, I just think what I would have loved to have had this.
I know. I'm amazed right now. This is like rejoicing in my heart hearing this, because it's also going to take the parents to turn back to their children to help the children understand this, instead of giving these kids these. I agree. This world's getting really sick. The evil out there is just rampant, man. It's every which way surrounded. So it's going to take these parents to step up and also take the time to teach their children, because what does it say? You shall impress this upon your children forever, to all generations. That didn't go. That didn't go away.
Excellent point. Excellent point, Chance. Yeah, this book that June has come up with is going to help us with that. Do you have a picture of your other book, June?
It's in the mail, and I don't. But if you go to Amazon and you put in June Manning, and you can put in the beginning, but it should be "And Yahuwah Said."
Okay.
That's the bigger book, which is kind of like what you said, Phyllis, when you read it. You said it was more like a review for adults.
Really, it's excellent.
Chance, you need to remind her. You said that she reads scripture and that she's religious, okay? But remind her about the millstone being put upon her neck. Remember in the New Testament.
I didn't directly condemn her behind that, but I said, if you make one of these little ones stumble, it's better that you tie a stone around your neck and you jump into the ocean. But I didn't condemn her with that, but I put that.
No. But I mean, it's just a reminder.
Yeah, I know. I said that. I said it's better that you tie a stone around your neck and you jump into the ocean than to make one of these little ones stumble. And she was like, well, and I don't want to get in. It's a very deep thing that I'm dealing with here in my family, on both sides, because they're all swallowed up into that delusion of religion. And, my simple question is this. If you worshiped your creator, you would do what it says in the book, regardless of the translation. Regardless of the translation, Bible or whatever, it still tells you to obey. You don't obey. You are worshiping religion, period. This religion is a delusion, and you're worshiping religion because religion tells you don't need to obey, but your Bible does tell you need to obey. And I can find you all the verses you would like. I can find you all the verses where it says, if you love me, you shall obey. You shall guard my commands. Baruch are those who guard my commands. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can get in a tangent on this, but I make quite a bit of videos on that all the time. And it's just like.
Well, just earlier this week, I was told that I was wrong because I was also reading the Old Testament, that the New Testament took over for the Old Testament. And I said, you have to have one with the other. You can't have just one. Can't have just Torah, and you can't have just New Testament. And
my thing to you, sister, on that is there's still prophecy being fulfilled in the Old Testament. So how can it be old?
But it's
how can it be old?
It's like this.
I know.
That's how it is.
I know. You can get a couple words in and then it shuts off. I get it.
And Yahuwah allowed a lot of the other books of the scriptures to be removed so that he would teach us the inner parts, we would have the insight to fill in the gaps from him, and the rest would be confusing confusion to others, and that's scriptural. So he's done it. He's allowed that on purpose because, the universal body that took out all these other scriptures, were allowed to do that, so the set apart ones would see through it, and we could only do it through his wisdom. So that's why that's been done, and that's why they're confused. And until they use his real name and develop that relationship, it's not going to happen. It's only him. All you do is plant the seed and let it go. I mean, and that's just how it is. That's his design. He's allowed all this to happen. So
Yeah. In my case, I have somebody that doesn't go to their day on the first day, which they call the seventh day, and doesn't read, but has a mouth that wants to tell me what to do and what not to do, and so
I get that. I understand. Phil, the biggest thing is when your Bible says authorized, who the heck is authorizing our Father's living words? Who has the authority?
exactly.
I lose what hair I do have. It comes out at that point. When I say you have an authorized, who authorized this? And what did they take
Exactly.
out?
A bunch of clowns. That's who.
Yeah, exactly.
A
it's
bunch of
like
clowns, a bunch of
Authorized.
clowns dressed up in costumes, just like he says. It's all so obvious, and unless those very elect would be fooled, unless he is the center and his name is in your forehead. If you don't have it, you're not going to get it. It's just the way it is. Because he creates all this. He creates both good and evil for his purpose, for his good pleasure. That's why he sits up there and laughs. He just can't believe the stuff we believe. And these high level people can't believe we believe it either. They sit back and they're just marveled at the fact that they can put anything out through Medea, the caster of spells, and these people will believe it. Well, it's because it's setting us more apart every day. Every day the foolishness lets us shine even brighter. That's what it's designed for. So, he's the one. We can't do a thing. If we were left up to our own devices, we'd choose wrong 10 out of 10 times. So, exactly. So, you just fear not. You just sit there and chuckle. You're just like, whatever. It's part of,
Phil, they think this is something I came across. They said, well, they went to college for 30 years. Well, I'm sorry. Can you purchase the Ruach HaKodesh? You can't purchase. You can't go to college and study scripture for 30 years and expect you could go for 1,000 years and still not know a dang thing. You need the Ruach because the Ruach comes
exactly.
from Yahuwah.
Exactly. And then what I told you, he's told me, watch out. Don't try to learn too much knowledge. Just do what you're supposed to do. I'll let you know a bunch of stuff, but don't, so, that's, yeah, exactly. It's just, yeah, who are these guys? You look at their lives, it's a disaster. It is merely a disaster. And so, you just sit there and go, well, sorry. Yahuwah's my inheritance. I don't need to go find somebody with a financial, you know what I mean? It's just, they try to scare everybody and they steal from you from the backside of it. So it's just the way it is. They use kindness. They use all these buzzwords, but deep down, they're not doing any of it. You know what I mean? Yahuwah exposes all of them. And he just laugh. He told me, laugh along with me, laugh along with me, because I hold the keys of life and death, and yeah, exactly.
His breath makes us alive. I read a verse from Yahusha. It says, "How can you believe accepting praise from each other, but the praise you do not seek, you do not go for is Yahuwah or Alua? You don't seek the praise of Yahuwah, you seek the praise from these men." And it's like, these guys in a soft white robe and the man on the corner begging for coins. Are we not all working on the same salvation? So why have you allowed this man in a white robe to cover your head and speak your belief for you instead of opening up your book and building that relationship? Instead, you got some man, and you know how Paul always says, sheeps and wolves, or sheeps dressed up like sheeps, but inside are savage wolves. You know what I mean? They're dressed up like a sheep, white robes, but inside they're paving the way to destruction, quite literally. I get on that stuff. I get on that stuff pretty heavy. I'm on them guys' heels. Yahuwah has made me really sharp against them people.
Me too. Me too. I'm just like, I just sit there and go, what are you going to do? In my mind, not rudely, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. That's what they rage against. They can't do anything. They're just like, their money won't work. Their position won't work. None of it will work against the true believer, a true blessed, chosen one. They none of their weapons have any power whatsoever. So that's what's so frustrating. They walk away. They leave you alone because none of it will work anyway. So,
It
that's what's so
bothers
cool
them.
about it. When you're set apart, they can't compete in your arena. They just don't, they can't even, it shuts them up even. It's just miraculous what the Father can do if you just allow him to do it. Like you were saying, Chance, that's instead of listening to these, you got a fancy car, you got a fancy house, you got a fancy boathouse, you got a fancy boat, you got all this stuff, and they're still not satisfied. And until the cognac comes out many times, none of these people are happy. I've had tons of people tell me that. It's so sad because they don't have him. They have this material wealth, which looking from afar looks so, inviting and enticing from a temporal spot. But in the end, they're no different than we are, except we are chosen, set apart. It's very frustrating, to them. For sure.
They don't like it. Well, here they don't like it because I spell the JC, and it's like, you can't even say it. I said, no, because it's taking the Father's name in vain.
Chance, the very first criticism Lou ever got is that he wasn't ordained. And like, who's going to ordain him?
You're right.
Well, in their kingdom, he isn't. Yahuwah's ordained him. So in their kingdom, he's not ordained, and he doesn't want to be ordained. It depends on who's ordaining you. It's like a black belt, It's who gave it to you, like in martial arts. Well, if that guy's a clown and can't do anything, then that thing's not worth the title it was been given. So what I'm saying? These titles are just merely titles of men just to get more money, get more fame. We saved. I love the comment. We saved over 20 people today, and you didn't do anything, dude. You know what I mean?
Can man save?
Yeah,
Man can't save. So how the heck
No.
did you save anybody? And
So the we, yeah, exactly.
Sister Phyllis, Lou was, immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. He was ordained by Yahuwah. That's a different. They don't know Yahuwah, so
that was his ordination.
Yeah. So he's, this is a whole nother. This is a step up off of them, So. Yeah, I get that. The thing is with JESUS, they have no more authority over you. So you don't respect the authority of these religious teaching authorities anymore because Yahuwah is the one who judges, you know what I mean? And that's your authority. These people don't have any more authority over you. When you go into these religious organizations, what do they say? Bend your back over and have a cross drawn on you, and do you accept JESUS into your heart? Now they have authority over you. Now they can control you because you've received the anointing of this Holy Ghost. Now you're getting beat up. Now you're walking in lawlessness in a complete delusion. That's
What
the
I don't understand is that some of the people on the path are saying that GHOST, and it's like either you are with the Ruach or you're not. You don't have the GHOST is actually demons.
Yes. They embody you. Well, Hashatan wants to be like the Most High, so he's going to assign one of his demons to this in this situation, just like the Ruach HaKodesh of the Father. Well, it's going to be the opposite. Everything's opposite. Everything's opposite. So that's how I talked to a master magician one time. He says everything, how you fool the human, is opposites. If you do everything in opposite, they believe it. So if it's in my right hand, it's really in my left, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's exactly right. So all you have to do is see what he does, the adversary, and it's the opposite of what should be going on, and you know it right away.
You know,
You know the real person and then the imposter. They're opposites. The real deal and the imposter. It's the same thing. It's an imposter. So, and you can only see that if you have the Ruach Hakodesh through Yahuwah. That's the only way. You
and
can.
I really want to make that clear too, Phil. The Holy Spirit is not the Ruach Hakodesh. That ain't this, and this ain't that.
I know.
Yahuwah gives his Ruach. This Holy Ghost or Spirit, what you want to call it, comes specifically from religion. That's why you got people worshiping religion. They're not even worshiping the book. They're worshiping religion because they're being controlled. They have received anointing from this religion. This, this is all by design. You know what I mean? This, religion is it's a system controlled to control your belief. You know what I mean? So when you go into there and you bend your back over and you get a cross drawn on you and you accept that into your heart and you get anointed with that, what can be said, man? Only Yahuwah can break you out of that now. You know what I mean?
The word religion, actually, if you look at it, has got the word, there's a lot of words within that one word. And one of them is like ligature, where you're tied up into that, you know.
Bound.
It's got lie in it. It's got, it's a lot of words in it.
Well, in the basic definition of it's just something you repeat on a regular basis. That's all it means. So it doesn't even have anything to do with, it's an action. It's not a noun. So they've treated it as a noun. It's like a weapon. That's no weapon is a verb. It's a noun. So it doesn't do anything by itself. You know what I mean? Like if I pick up a stick and now I hit somebody with it, then it's an action of assault. But you cannot say the stick isn't an assault stick. So everything is done in opposites, and that's in the media. It's all, and the people believe this stuff because they are not covered. So, and then they believe it because they have this other spirit within them, and that's why they believe these things. And it says the wicked will not understand; they will not be able to get it. So, it's quite apparent all over the place, and they just rage at us. They rage so upset they don't know what to do, but they have no power to do it. So when they have no power, they're frustrated and they just don't, they go crazy in their mind, So it's just famine of the word, like Lou was saying in his book, famine. There's the words, but it's fake. There's no nourishment from the words of the world. So it's just like, this is why everybody's going crazy. It's just, you can see it all around you, and they don't understand why you're not that way. Well, we're set apart. So we're removed from that. Set apart means you set yourself apart, and you can be in the middle of a riot. And I've had it happen. No one came near me. They would not. And a couple that did dropped their hand and said sorry and walked away. And I didn't do anything. It was the Father. So you'll be in the midst. And that's where he wants us. He says, wants us in the midst of this chaos to show this set apartness so that he protects us. And that's the example. I don't think he wants us hiding in some hill somewhere because we're useless to him. You know what I mean? If we're hiding somewhere and we're not providing this example, then what good are we? What I mean, I'm not saying he may want them to do that, but I don't think so. I think I'm the most comfortable when I'm in, not to go there unless he tells you to be there or places you there, but that's obvious. But don't do it on your own because that's out of pride. But you know what I mean? That's so you thrive in the midst of chaos because you're set apart from it and nothing can hurt you. And if it's allowed to hurt you, then you're an example for that reason. And that's what was supposed to happen. But it wasn't from your own action. It was the Father using you as a vessel of example. And that's what you're supposed to just allow that to happen because that's what he wants. So, it's kind of deep, but it's true. I mean, he can take your life anytime he wants to. So we should not fear that unless we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. So anyway, I don't know.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. I wanted to put a piece in here because what to add on what you're saying, Phil. I think that there's a time and place, right? So like at work, you kind of let your light shine before men. So like when people are like, "Oh, what are you doing for the Gregorian seventh day of the week, right?" Per se, and you're like, "Oh, I'm just chilling, reading, eating, being lazy." Fellowshipping with some people, right? Something like that. But when people bring in the J man, or if they say, "Oh well, God told me to do this," I feel like that's a green light. Like, well, what do you mean? Oh, what about this? You know what I mean? I feel like that's an entryway to kind of shoot your shot, I guess, and correct. But people get they get so prideful. Like with anything, you can tell them about wearing a cross necklace, and people get so prideful. There is a spirit attached to it, and everything that is, you know what I'm saying? Like is almost like scary movie like. But I like to, obviously you have to pray, and there's a difference between correcting and being like a Hebrew Israelite. You know what I mean? Like just yelling and barking at folk and telling people they're gonna go to hell for everything, and that this is wrong and everything is wrong. Is like there's a time and place for it. And but when people start barking back, that you kind of kick the bee's nest. I think it's in Proverbs 13 or 14. I can't remember exact proverb, but it says that pride is, I'm paraphrasing, but pride is the reason for all like disgruntlement for arguments. And I'm like, well, that makes a lot of sense, because every time you argue, right? Shlomo said this is every time you argue is out of pride. So I'm like, well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes me feel really stupid, because I think about arguing all the time. You know what I mean? And so it's not. There's a difference between arguing and correcting, I think. And it's easy to get so worked up because you're just like, oh my gosh, you guys is right here. What are you doing? It's like it's so easy to get worked up. I can, unfortunately, I feel bad for kind of steering a lot of people away from, like in my earlier walk, because I was so fiery and I was just like so excited. I feel like I really messed up a lot of avenues, I guess. But you gotta learn from it. So
Yeah, there was a person that I know that claimed they were an atheist, and the situation where they came from, they said that to me, and I said, if I'd grown up that way, I'd be one too. And they looked at me and went, you could tell they were doing a wow factor. Of course, this is all Yahuwah. And then I explained his name, what it meant, what the Torah is all about the first four loving him and the six loving this person. And they said to me, I'm really going to have to think about this. So Yahuwah put that in my mind to say, yeah, if I'd have grown up like that, I would be the same as you. I would not believe in it one bit. So you're actually, I didn't get into this deep because they weren't ready for it, but you're actually doing the right thing by not believing in it. So you kind of acknowledge the fact that I would too, because that's not how it is. So, and he did this. This is masterful. It's not me. I couldn't do this. I'm not, he gives me all my intelligence anyway, all I need. But anyway, so then you could tell their body language, and you could tell, wow, it made an impact, because I told him when I was going to meet with him, I said, tell me, you got to give me a segue. I mean, of course, I'm talking to him like he's a dad. So I just say, got to give me a segue here. I really care about this person, and I want you to care about them too, and from my standpoint, not his. I mean, he does what he wants to do and he cares for them. But anyway, it made a huge impact. Now I let it drop, and he said, drop it, let it work. Let me work. Don't mess it up, because of, like you're saying, if I get too enthusiastic because my caring for them, it's going to mess it up. even though he would not allow that, but he may allow it because of me, because of my pride. So I said, now back off, don't say another word. And so that's what I've done. But I did that too before. I've given too much. And Mark talked about that several, maybe years ago, that sometimes we say too much. And that resonated with me because I definitely have done that, because you're so enthusiastic, you oversell. You oversell things. And I do that with other things too. And I've learned to back off from that, because it almost sounds too good to be true, which in their world, it is too good to be true. So, but then if your example is that of love, of caring, of no strings attached, I didn't do this, pro quo, whatever that's called. I didn't do it so I could gain favor with you to get something later in life. Then it really makes an impact, because you just do it out of caring for them. So anyway, that's cool. Thanks for saying that, because it made me think of that one.
I found your book here, June. I'm gonna buy it. Not today, although I'm excited about it. I almost hit that buy button, boy. I tell you what. I'm just kidding.
Chance, I've done that before, and I get it, and I go, oh, and then I repent. I said, good grief. And then, of course, in my mind, I'm going, well, the transaction won't go through till midnight, because they don't, you know what I mean? They process things then. So, but yeah, you're right, buddy. You're so used to be able to do it that it's hard to sometimes.
Don't get the stones, y'all. Don't get the stones.
Mark, you're flashing in and out. I don't know what's going on with this.
He's trying to get your attention.
Yeah, well, he got it. To be quiet, you mean? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, I will.
When you see me flashing like that, that means it's time to get started. It's like been an hour, but I apologize. Speedy got me. I was chasing Speedy around trying to get that whistle from him. He just won't believe me. He thinks it's a shofar, so I had to try to get it from him. But I've been busy doing that, so I'll let y'all talk for a little bit. But when I'm flashing, man, please, refrain and let's get started, because we have like 40 people on here that wants to study the word, and so we need to oblige to that. So welcome everybody, and let's go ahead and get started. We left off in Leviticus 15, so we're in Leviticus 16 now. And Leviticus 16 begins basically the outlining of kind of getting away from the ritual life, the ritual things, and on into daily conduct of the children of Israel. Okay, so this is kind of where that begins. So who wants to start us off? Leviticus 16. Go ahead, Jim.
And Yahuwah spoke to Musa after the death of the two sons of Aharon, as they drew near before Yahuwah and died. And Yahuwah said to Musa, speak to Aharon, your brother, not to come in at all times to the set apart place inside the veil, before the lid of atonement, which is on the ark, lest he die, because I appear in the cloud above the lid of atonement. With this, Aaron should come into the set apart place, with the blood of a young bull as a sin offering and of a ram as a burnt offering. He should put on the set apart linen long shirt with linen trousers on his flesh, and gird himself with a linen girdle, and he dressed with the linen turban. They are set apart garments. And he shall bathe his body in water and shall put them on. And from the congregation of the children of Israel, he takes 2 male goats as a sin offering, and 1 ram as a burnt offering. And Aharon shall bring the bull as a sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats and let them stand before Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting. And Aharon shall cast lots for the 2 goats, one lot for Yahuwah, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aharon shall bring the goat on which the lot for Yahuwah fell, and shall prepare it as a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot for Azazel fell, it caused to stand alive before Yahuwah, to make atonement upon it, to send it into the wilderness to Azazel. And Aharon shall bring the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his house, and shall slaughter the bull as the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall take a fire holder filled with burning coals of fire from the altar before Yahuwah, with his hands filled with sweet incense beaten fine, and shall bring it inside the veil. And he shall put the incense on the fire before Yahuwah. And the cloud of incense shall cover the lid of atonement, which is on the witness, lest he die. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the lid of atonement on the east side. Also, in front of the lid of atonement, he sprinkles some of the blood with his finger 7 times.
Okay, stop. All right. So what does somebody explain to us? What's this all about? What's going on with this bull sacrifice? What's happening here? Somebody talk about the bull. Anybody know at all? With the blood of a young bull as a sin offering and a ram as a burnt offering, for what? Nobody knows? Roz?
Foretelling of Yahusha,
No.
the bull?
No.
No.
No. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Anybody else? So this is outlining basically protocols for the national atonement. Okay. So is this, it's like I said, it's a transitioning from the rituals to daily conduct, but what is this? Okay, let me put it this way. Which one of the 7 feasts is this? Let's put it that way. The appointed times. What's it talking about here? Is it Passover? What is it?
Sukkot.
Nope.
No.
Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement.
Yes, this is getting taking us into the Day of Atonement. With these regulations on blood and sacrifice here. Okay. So the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, is really the main focus here in this chapter. But it also gets into the 2 scapegoats, which is what? What is that for? And go ahead, Phyllis.
One is to bear the sins to Azayu, or I can't pronounce it. I don't know what it is either.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Who is that? Azazel. Okay, so who is that? Azazel. What does that mean? So here in, well, let me ask you this first. Is this sacrifice here the same sacrifice as the red heifer? Is this the same thing as the red heifer? Since it has to do with removing sin offering. Isn't that what the Day of Atonement is? purification, removal of sin, and the scapegoat as well? Is it the same thing as red heifer? Yes or no? Simple question. Just requires a simple answer.
No,
No, it's not.
the red heifer was providing ashes to purify the water, whereas
Right.
this is taking out. It's an option to take away the sins from us.
Right. Very good, Sandra. Oh, hang on, man.
All esteem to Yahushua. I did cheat. I looked it up on Google.
Oh, well, that's not cheating. That's being resourceful. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. But okay. So it's not the same thing. It's a day of atonement. This is a sin sacrifice, sin offering. So what's Azazel? Who is that? It says, and Aaron shall bring the bull. Wait a minute, back up. But the goat on which the lot for Azazel fell is caused to stand alive before Yahuwah to make atonement upon it, to send it into the wilderness to Azazel. Who's that? Who's that represent?
The lawless one.
Yeah. Yeah. So Azazel is really, I don't know, I guess we could say it's a complex figure, maybe, but it's definitely rooted in ancient Hebrewism, okay? And the way that that tradition goes is it was basically or primarily an appearing of a demon, okay? Some sort of a fallen angel, a demon. And so then the desolation would be associated with the scapegoat, would be associated with the desolation of a demon type thing. Okay. So I don't know, but Azel, according to the book of Enoch, now I know some of you are against Enoch, but I'm not. But anyway, in the book of Enoch, Azazel is a leader among the watchers who sinned by taking a human wife, possibly producing the Nephilim. And he's also accused of teaching humans to create weapons and cosmetics, sorcery, witchcraft, this type of evil stuff. And so, so this would definitely be amazing that it's actually referred to here in Leviticus, isn't it? But it's also found in Enoch. Okay. All right. So so we have the Day of Atonement here with the bull, and then we have the scapegoat, the two goats, and Aaron has to bring a bull as a sin offering for himself to make atonement for himself, just for him and him alone, and for his house. And then the goats, and let them stand at the door of the tent meeting and cast the lots. And then it says the lot for Yahuwah and the other lot for Azel. So good and evil. See that? The tree of life and the tree of death. Okay, so one brings the goat onto the lot fell to Yahuwah, and she'll prepare it as a sin offering to Yahuwah. See that? The other one, all the wickedness, all the evil, all the sin is to be placed on him and send him out to desolation to Azazel, the demon. Let him take all the sins because he worships death and therefore sin as well. And so he accepts the sacrifice. He'll accept all the sin to himself because he loves sin, basically. So this is what this is all about. Now, which one of these two do you think represents Yahusha? The goat that was sacrificed to Yahuwah as a sin offering, or the goat that was the scapegoat and all the sins of the world was cast on them and given to the devil? Which one represents Yahusha? Phil?
The first one. The second one was that casting of the into the outer darkness or wilderness of the sinner. So it's a representation of Yahusha, but it's a representation of the chosen being acceptable before Yahuwah, and the rest thrown to Azazel, because he is their father, the devil. Or is of that. So that's that representation of the two, the set apart ones and the ones that aren't.
Okay, anybody else? Go, Chance, go ahead.
I was just thinking, goat that had all the crimes put into it. Yahusha took all of our wrongdoings and put it into his own body and paid that price for us. So I feel like the scapegoat, the lamb, Yahusha, bore our crimes in his body.
Anybody else?
Yeah, because Yahusha did have to go, and the devil tempted him, all those after he fasted 40 days. So that could be part of that too.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So actually, it's the scapegoat. It's the second one. Because Yahusha was the sin offering. He was the Passover lamb, not the Passover goat. All right. So he sheds blood for your sins as a lamb, not a goat. But he was the scapegoat. And he fulfilled the scapegoat concept here in Leviticus 16. Look at Isaiah 53:6. Isaiah 53:6 says, we all, like sheep, went astray. Each one of us has turned to his own way. And Yahuwah has laid on him the crookedness of us all. Okay. And so this basically then is saying that Yahuwah has laid on Yahusha the iniquity of us all, meaning all the sins, like he became our scapegoat. And so in a deeper breakdown there of what Yahusha did, not only was he led as a lamb to the slaughter, became our sin offering, but he also fulfilled the scapegoat concept here in Leviticus 16. Is everybody seeing that? So by taking on humanity's guilt or sin or guilt, it's a guilt offering, basically, and dying for our sins that he did not commit himself, okay, and then carrying them away like the scapegoat, then Yahusha provided final atonement. Everybody seeing that? All right. So that's what this is all about. And it's definitely doesn't have anything to do with the red heifer, which we'll read about in Numbers 19 when we get there. So it's two different things.
So this is the ultimate example for us, and then the red heifer will be something different, but yet the same.
Well, yeah, it has to do with sin offering, but it's not
Right.
the same. It's not for the same purpose,
Right.
right? And
Yeah.
so, yeah, it was a purification of water, and then this was the way to clean everything up. But basically, the one thing that helps me remember what it's really all about is it's a purifying of death, removing death. So, in other words, over the period of the year, when people would die, they would take their bodies and they would prepare the bodies and bury the bodies, and and touch the dead animals and things like that. That's what that red heifer did. Was it cleansed death? So in the same way, since sin is death, by purifying death, it removes sin, and so in that way, it was a sin offering as well. That's the best way I remember it. But really, the red heifer is seen as the most mysterious sacrifice in all of scriptures. Really, number one, mysterious, especially for the Yehudim. Okay. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on any of that? Kind of important to see all this. That's why they won't build that third temple. They're actually not allowed until they clean it up and remove the death. That's what the big deal is. They're basically so they're mixing them red heifer ashes, okay, in water, and making a water set apart water, if you will, okay, or water of separation. And in order to purify a people, all the items, everything that's been defiled by coming in contact with a dead body. And it requires a perfect red heifer. Every single hair has to be red, and it's done outside the camp. So those ashes are mixed. They burn it, and the ashes are mixed with the water, which makes set apart water, and it's used to remove death from the people and all the items, really. All right, so there's a big difference there. Where this one here in Leviticus 16, the Day of Atonement is an annual cleansing purpose. Okay, it's for annual cleansing of the temple or the tabernacle here in this case, and also for the nation from their sins. So it's a ritual impurity as well, but in that way the same, but different. And the two goats, one sacrificed and one was sent away. Then the bull was sacrificed for the priest and his family, and then this was inside the temple courtyard, and then it would be taken into the Holy of Holies, whereas the red heifer is outside the camp. Okay, so who else was sacrificed outside the camp? Who else was sacrificed outside the camp? Yahusha. He was removed. And so they say traditionally that the red heifer and even the remains of this sacrifice was taken outside the camp and dumped where Yahusha, the same place where Yahusha was sacrificed. That's what they say. Outside the camp. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on any of this? I don't want to get too deep into it. We'll get into that a lot more when we hit Numbers 19. That's where the red heifer is. But this is a big subject. I mean, it's a hot subject right now in Israel because it's Actually people are saying they did it already, even though they said it was just a trial run. They said they were concealing that it was really true, because what they really did was they had used. They've already elected their high priest, and he was present. He was seen there at that sacrifice, and so it makes it very interesting then what's going on over there. Everybody following along with all that? Okay. All right. So the Leviticus 16, annual cleansing for the tabernacle, Day of Atonement, and cleansing the nation from their sins. And this ritual, the ritual impurities here that's not covered in the daily sacrifices were covered under this offering as well. So that's another important part of the Day of Atonement, because it gets rid of all of them. So that's what the scapegoat does. Okay, so he provides, total atonement for everything that was left over, was not covered by the daily sacrifices. All right. So it's important for us to understand what's really happening here. We weren't raised in this stuff, so we can say, well, it's this and that and that. But if you don't dig deep enough, then you're lying. And we don't want to be lying to people about this, because we really don't know, do we? No, because we weren't raised in it. We're all beginners here. So where we look to find this stuff up? Well, like Sandra did on the internet, we can research if we want to. Yaakov also can watch what they're doing in Israel, because they sure know. Everybody can make fun of them all you want, but they sure know more about it than we do. Now, I'm the first one to admit it. This is important stuff, man. It's everybody likes to look at this and say, oh, this was for the Jews, or this is the Old Testament, or this don't matter anymore because of Yusha. But it does matter, and it matters a lot. If you don't believe me, ask Yahuwah. He'll tell you. Just like he told me. Read Leviticus. All right. All right, really cool. Now, if there's no more questions or any thoughts or comments, let's go ahead and continue on then. Is this a kind of a long chapter, but it's important. Oh, before we get going, I wanted to ask about 14. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the lid of atonement. Where was the lid of atonement at? Where was that? Sandra?
Oh.
Huh?
It wasn't it on top of the Ark of the Covenant in the most set apart place?
Yes. Okay. And so this was done once a year. And so he would sprinkle on the lid of atonement, which means he had to enter through the veil. And also in front of the lid of atonement, he sprinkled some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Why? What's that all about? Sprinkling that blood 7 times like that. What was that? What did that symbolize? Sandra?
The 7 symbolizes completion, bringing it to perfection. The completion of the blood sacrifice.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were completely removing the sin.
A couple of weeks ago, you brought a lesson about the reason for the 7 times that Yahushua sprinkled his blood when he was here, like from the thorns and things like that. So that's what the covering the altar and stuff in each one of those sins represented. So that's what that 7 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was the requirement of Yahuwah to fulfill his law of atonement, and so the lamb had to sprinkle his blood 7 times in order to fulfill the ordinance of Leviticus 16. See what I'm saying? So it was kind of like the opposite of what you're saying there. Leviticus wasn't fulfilling Yahushua. It was Yahushua fulfilling the law in Leviticus chapter 16 by shedding his blood 7 times. Had to. The law of Yahuwah. Okay. All right. So anyway, any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? So look at 15. And he shall slaughter the goat for the sin offering of the people, and shall bring its blood inside the veil, and shall do that with that blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle it on the lid of atonement and in front of the lid of atonement. All right. So this was for the people. So in this way, we can say that both of these offerings represent Yahushua. Can we not? And so there's people out there teaching that, the goat's evil. It had nothing to do with Yahushua because he was the lamb. He wasn't the goat and blah, blah, blah. But this right here, to me, insinuates that it was a substitute or a foreshadow, perhaps, type of the slaughtering of the lamb. And so in this way, it did kind of point toward Yahushua's sacrifice, although it was a goat, not a lamb. Everybody seeing that? And don't forget what the day this is. This is the Day of Atonement. So this was the day set aside to totally cleanse Israel of all sin. All the sin that remained after all the daily sacrifices, after everything was accounted for, there was so much sin that those sins still remained. And so this was the way that Yahuwah came up with to totally eliminate all the sin out of the land on this day. And so we can see that, yes, indeed, both of these goats point toward Yahushua in that way. All right? It's kind of like there's 2 immersions, okay? There's a literal water immersion, and then there's a spiritual immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, right? But yet, Scripture says there's only one immersion. Why? Because it's only Yahuwah. Yahushua can immerse you in the Ruach HaKodesh. So therefore, there's only one immersion that man can do. So the 2 are really one. But on the other side of the coin, there are 2 immersions. There's your water immersion, your body immersion, and your spiritual immersion. It's kind of like that. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra, go ahead.
I was just wondering if the goat, could we consider it as a more or less a idiom or a metaphor to escaping? In other words, it doesn't really literally mean the goat. It's just because these are all foreshadows of procedures that are going to fulfill themselves in time at their appointed time. But the goat itself is not specifically about the goat. It's about I'd say the pathway to escape. It's representing.
Yeah, yes, and we're going to get into that in chapter 17. Okay.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, but I know you're not coming up with the right words about how you want to say it, but I understand what you're saying. But we're going to get into that in Leviticus 17.
Okay.
And
Okay.
being that
Thanks.
basically what you're saying is the life of the flesh is in the blood, and therefore we're totally prohibited to mess with the blood, eating it or drinking it or anything with that blood. We're strictly commanded not to, because it belongs to Yahuwah for atonement purposes on his altar. See what I'm saying? That's why we're prohibited from messing with the blood. And so in that way, it's going to go back to what you're saying. Okay, you'll see when we get to Leviticus 17. All right, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, let's continue on then.
And we can't see your face, Mark, just so you know that.
I'm just trying. I'm not. I've turned this off because I'm over here fighting with Speedy.
Oh yeah.
He keeps trying to blow that thing. He thinks it's a shofar, and I keep snatching it from me. He keeps jumping up on top of my head and beating on me, trying to get it back. So I don't want y'all to see all that going on.
All right. Chapter 16, verse 16. And he shall make atonement for the set apart place because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions in all their sins. And so he does for the tent of meeting, which is dwelling with them in the midst of their uncleanness. And no man should be in the tent of meeting when he goes in to make atonement in the set apart place until he comes out. And he shall make atonement for himself and for his household and for all the assembly of Israel. And he shall go out to the altar that is before Yahuwah and make atonement for it. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull and some of the blood of the goat and put it on the horns of the altar all around. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times and cleanse it and set it apart from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And when he has finished atoning for the set apart place and the tent of meeting and the altar, he shall bring the live goat.
Okay, stop. All right, so we're right now we're going to get into the the goats. Okay, but before we do that, look real closely back at 20. And when he has finished atoning for the set apart place and the tent of meeting and the altar, he shall bring a live. Oh, back up one more. 19. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times and cleanse it and set it apart from the uncleanness of the children of Yesharah. What does that mean? That sounds really important right there. What would that mean? Verse 19. What's that telling us? There's something very important. Most people don't really catch it, man. What's it saying? Sandra?
Is it saying that the priest's blood is separate? His sin and his blood offering is separate from the people's sin and offering. In other words, each is given account of themselves.
Yeah, he has to do a separate offering for himself and his family, yes. But that's not the point here. So listen to it. And the blood on it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it and set it apart from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. What's that mean? When you sprinkle on that blood 7 times all over the place, okay, what does that make happen? What's the purpose in doing that? What happens because of the sprinkling of the blood 7 times? What happens?
Does it bring reconciliation or back to cleanness?
Yeah, that's what it does. So it separates that area or that furniture, whatever, from the sins of the people. And so that would become set apart ground then, right? That would be where Yahuwah is, basically. It would be clean. It would be clean from the sins of the people, isolated, if you will. That's what that sprinkling of that blood did. Kind of put a barrier around things that separated it from the sins of the people, so they couldn't be contaminated. Because if it was contaminated, it would become abomination of desolation. And then Yahuwah's presence would not be there. In general, speaking in general. Well, we know he's everywhere, but this is it's making an effort to try to explain it to the human mind so we can understand these things. All right. So it's pretty important to understand what's up with all this sprinkling of blood all over the place, right? Now you know. Every time they sprinkled blood, it created a set apart place, separating it from the sins of humanity, or even the demons too. Okay, everybody got that? That's important to understand that. If there's no further questions, comments, concerns, let's go ahead and get into the scapegoats.
Okay, chapter 16, verse 21. Then Aharon shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat, and shall confess over it all the crookedness of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions in all their sins, and shall put them on the head of the goat, and shall send it away into the wilderness by the hand of a fit man. And the goat shall bear on itself all their crookedness to a land cut off. Thus he shall send the goat away into the wilderness. Aharon shall then come into the tent of meeting, and shall take off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the set apart place, and shall leave them there. And he shall bathe his body in water in the set apart place, and shall put on his garments, and shall come out and prepare his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make atonement for himself and for the people, and burn the fat of the sin offering on the altar. And he who sent away the goat to Azazel washes his garments, and shall bathe his body in water, and afterward he comes into the camp. And the bull for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the set apart place, is brought outside the camp. And they shall burn their skins, and their flesh and their dung with fire. And he who burns them washes his garments and shall bathe his body in water, and afterward he comes into the camp. And this shall be for you a law forever. In the 7th month, on the 10th yom of the moon, you afflict your beings and do no work, the native or the stranger who sojourns among you.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so what does that mean? So he goes, he does all that, and he burns his clothes. Who burns them, washes his garments, and shall bathe his body in water. And afterwards he comes into the camp, and this shall be for you a law forever. The 7th month, 10th day of the moon, you afflict your beings and do not work, the native or the stranger who sojourns with you. What is that? What is that talking about? What does that mean, and why? Anybody know? It says it's a law forever, which means for eternity. What does you afflict your being means? Does that mean you take a stick and beat yourself upside the head till you're black and blue and bleeding all over? What does that mean? And do no work. What does that mean? Stay in bed? What's this even talking about? I'm lost, man. Somebody enlighten me. Any idea?
Well, it's obviously a Shabbat, so it's a day of rest. And this here being what most people today call Yom Kippur or Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, is the day when the atonement for our sins. It says afflict yourselves or afflict your beings. So traditionally, people will fast traditionally, but it I don't know if anyone was beating themselves over their heads or not, but afflicting your being could be any various
Fasting.
ways of doing it. It could be, some people might not be able to fast because of a health issue or something, but it would be taking away or something that would afflict you and your being on that day.
Deny self. Fasting.
Yeah, in any form of denying yourself of earthly pleasures would be afflicting your being. And so then if instead of going out and spending all your money on yourself and going and getting big steak dinner and lunch at McDonald's and all this other stuff, you decide, you know what, I'm going to spend my money, my lunch money, my steak money on somebody else, and you buy somebody else something to eat that perhaps hasn't eaten for several days or several weeks. This would be afflicting your being, according to Yahuwah. So yeah, this,
Yashayahu 58.
what's that?
What you're talking about is Yashayahu 58. This is the kind of fast I'm looking for.
You want you to go there and read that for us? I think we all need a refresher.
Okay, I'll be happy to.
So see, here's the problem. You know, some
Okay.
people, everybody says fast. It means fast, 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 fast. Well, yeah, maybe it does mean fast, but fast, 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 fast because I'm esteeming myself, or I'm going to esteem you. Oh, you're doing a good job fasting, bro. Getting hungry yet? Yeah, man, I'm stuck. Can't wait for this to be over. Okay, so you're so busy esteeming yourselves that you ain't got time to esteem Yahuwah. Okay,
Yeah,
so there's a lot more to the Day of Atonement, and just not
because
eat.
real fasting is talking about denying flesh and
That's
walking in the Ruach. It
exactly.
says in Yashayahu 58, cry aloud and do not spare. Lift up your voice like a ram's horn. Declare to my people their transgressions, and the house of Yaqub their sins. Yet they seek me young by young, and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness and did not forsake the right ruling of their Elohim. They ask of me rulings of righteousness. They delight in drawing near to Elohim. They say, why have we fasted and you have not seen? Why have we afflicted our being and you took no note? Look, in the yom of your fasting, you find pleasure, drive on all your labors, keep working and having good time. Look, you fast for strife and contention. You're not fasting to bring forth righteousness, to strike with the fist of wrongness. It's all about you, huh? And you do not fast as you do this young to make your voice heard on high. Is it a fast that I have chosen, a young for a man to afflict his being? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush? Humble yourself, and to spread out sackcloth and ashes? Do you call this a fast, an appreciable and acceptable yom to Yahuwah? Is this not the fast that I have chosen, to loosen tight cords of wrongness, to undo bands of the yoke, to exempt the oppressed, to break off every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry, and that you bring to your house the poor who are cast out? When you see the naked and cover him, and not hide yourself from your own flesh, then your light shall break forth like the morning. Your healing spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The esteem of Yahuwah should be your rear guard. Then, when you call, Yahuwah would answer. When you cry, he would say, here I am. If you take away the yoke from your midst, and the pointing of the finger and the spreading of unrighteousness, if you extend your being to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted being, then your light shall shine, shall dawn in the darkness, and your darkness be as noon. Then Yahuwah will guide you continually and satisfy your being in drought, strengthen your bones, and you shall be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose mine do not fail. And those from among you shall build the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundation of many generations, and you would be called the repairer of the break, the restorer of the streets to dwell in. If you do turn back your foot from the Shabbat, from doing your pleasure on my set apart yom, and call the Shabbat a delight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. I delight in Shabbat. The set apart yom of Yahuwah esteemed, and shall esteem it, not doing your own ways, not finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the arrest and feed you with the inheritance of Yakub your father, for the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. That's powerful.
That's very powerful, ain't it?
That's
Okay.
very powerful.
Yeah. So sometimes, our minds try to lean toward religious mumbo jumbo, and we just don't want to let it go. But we need to let it go, and we need to listen to the words of Yahuwah. But Yahuwah just told us what a fast to him is totally different than 95% of the people that I talk to, what they think a fast is. So a lot of blessings are promised for those who fast according to Yahuwah's fast, not their fast. So it's not just about not eating food, man, at all. Yeah, I'm not going to get totally into that, but I have before. There's videos out there on that if you want to read them. But anyway, this is obviously talking about the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, and it's speaking of it being a high Sabbath where there's no work. Okay, so let me ask you all this. What's the purpose of doing no work on a Sabbath? What's the purpose in that? Is it so you're allowed to be lazy for one day? You're allowed to be a sloth for one day? Joe, what's up?
Is it so you won't be distracted by all these other things and you can just commit yourself to Yahuwah that day?
That's right. Exactly right. So you can focus all of your attention on Yahuwah. That's why. It ain't so that you can be lazy. All right. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions on this one so far? And they shall burn their skins in their flesh and their dung with fire. And he who burns them washes his garments. And the bull and the sin offering, the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the set apart place, is brought outside the camp. And burnt skins, flesh, dung, everything outside the camp. Okay, so what's the no, you know what? Just go ahead and finish that chapter, June, and then I'm gonna ask y'all a few questions about this.
I'll go ahead and ask. Mark, I got a question.
Oh, go ahead.
In verse 21,
Uh-huh.
Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the goat and confess all the crookedness of their children, their transgressions, and all their sins. How does he know all of them? That's probably a dumb question.
How does he know all the people's sins?
Yes, all their crookedness and all their transgressions. And
Uh-huh.
how does he know all those about them? I mean,
Well, there's probably thousands of them, And so I don't think this is specifically talking about confessing every single sin that there is, like an exhausted list of sins. I don't think that's what that's meaning. But if we think about it, maybe, and shall confess over it all the crookedness of the children of Israel and all their transgressions and all their sins, and shall put them on the head of the goat. Maybe, just maybe now, he makes repentance for them breaking the 10 Commandments. because really in the Ten Commandments, all sin can be category in subcategories underneath every one of them. You know what I mean? You could probably file every sin there is under those 10. You know, although that's a standalone covenant, marriage covenant. I think it holds true, keeping us from transgression. Because really, we're sinning against Yahuwah, aren't we? And that's, I mean, that's the bottom line. Now they say there's 613 laws. If he went there and he named all 613 that's written in the Torah, maybe he did. I don't know. I wasn't there to hear him, but I would say he would simply, ask for forgiveness of breaking all the 10 commandments. It's almost like we do when we confess to breaking every single one of them, and then we follow up with an acceptance pledge of not to start obeying them and not to break them anymore, type thing. Would be my guess, but I really don't know, Joe. I don't think that he sat there and named every single sin he could think of. You know what I mean? But maybe he did. I wasn't there. Oh, Brother Chris, hang on, man. Let me see you down there, man. There you go. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? All right, let's go ahead and finish that chapter, Joe, and then we'll talk about it just a little bit.
Okay, chapter 16, verse 30. For on that yom he makes atonement for you, to cleanse you, to be clean from all your sins before Yahuwah. It is a Shabbat of rest for you, and you shall afflict your beings, a law forever. And the priest, who is anointed and established to serve as priest in his father's place, shall make atonement, and shall put on the linen garments, the set apart garments, and he shall make atonement for the most set apart place, and make atonement for the tent of meeting, and for the altar, and make atonement for the priestesses, and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be to you a law forever, to make atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as Yahuwah commanded Musa.
Okay, thanks, June. Okay, so what's the purpose here? Leviticus 16 obviously is mostly about the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. So what's the purpose? Can somebody just give us a simple explanation of the purpose of the Day of Atonement or Leviticus 16? Okay, so I'll do that, and then I'm gonna ask you, and you all gonna answer the next one. You guys are kind of slow today for some reason. Did Speedy keep y'all up last night? Okay, all right. So the purpose of the Day of Atonement is it's a once a year forever, right? So it's an annual cleansing, in this case of the tabernacle, because the temple wasn't erected yet. So the annual cleansing of the tabernacle and the nation of Israel from all sins and ritual impurities that were not covered by the daily sacrifices. Okay, that's the purpose of this. Ooh, ain't what you've been taught in the past, is it? Okay, so somebody explain the key rituals here. What happens on this day? What's the key rituals? I'm not answering this one for you. Somebody got to come up with it. What is the key rituals of the Day of Atonement? What happens? What are they required to do on this day? Sandra?
Are they confessing their sins and repenting? And the blood is going to it's really just a foreshadow, because animal blood can't cleanse us, but it's a process in which he put in place until Yahushua's blood could be spilled. So it's just a process of getting back to oneness with him, removing our flesh.
Yeah.
So that's what I was kind of getting from that. Because this is just our trainer, because we are under the sin where Kua and Adam had failed. So we are under the penalty of death, where we have to suffer for our sins, and this is a substitution until it can really be fulfilled, is what I'm getting from it.
Right. But what I'm asking is, during this period, the tabernacle period, what were the key rituals involved in this point in time? That's what I'm saying. I mean, just stay in context. We're talking about times.
Sacrifice a bull and sacrifice the goat.
For what? What was
sin.
the bull for what? For
the
who?
bull was for the sin
Of who?
of Aharon.
Of the priest, high priest.
For the priest, for himself, and make atonement for himself and his household. And the two goats was for the sins of the people.
Okay.
I think the two goats were
it was for the set apart place, Sandra. The goats. It says the goats were for the set apart place.
For the set apart place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, go ahead, sister.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead. You were going. You get it, girl.
No.
Okay. Got a couple of them for sure. So yeah.
So they didn't have to cast a lot for the two goats.
Right.
One for Yahuwah, one for Azazel.
Right.
And then the priest will bring the goat for the lot, the goat for the lot for Yahuwah fell, and he shall prepare a sin offering. And the goat which was for the lot for Azazel fell is caused to stand alive before Yahuwah to make atonement upon it, and to send it into the wilderness to Azazel. That's in verse 7 and 8, 9, 10. And then he takes the bull offering, which is for himself, make atonement, and for his house is a sin offering, which is for himself. And then he take a fire holder, fill it with burning coals of fire on the altar before Yahuwah, with his hands filled with sweet incense, beaten fine, and shall bring it inside the veil.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's what they did. Those were the key rituals. Is the high priest enters the set apart places or holy holies, sacrifices a bull for himself and his household, and uses two goats. One is a sin offering to Yahuwah. The other one is the scapegoat. Okay. So now, what is the scapegoat? Let me explain that to me, or to us, I should say.
According to my understanding, the scapegoat is to rid Yisrael of sin by sending that goat to Azazel. Azazel was the fallen angel who taught the hands of men how to do warfare and taught women how to do makeup.
Okay. That's correct, Chris. Yeah. So Aaron confesses all of Israel's sins over the live goat, which is then sent out into the wilderness by the hand of a strong man, and this symbolically is carrying away the people's iniquities, their trespasses. Okay, and giving them to the demon who likes to eat that stuff. I'm just joking around. You got. I better warn you, Chris. I'm kind of a nut, so this kind of not. Don't pay attention to me.
I'm pretty nutty too.
Oh, you're
But
too nuts.
in my studies, I study all kinds of stuff.
Okay, cool.
So,
All
brother,
right.
the scapegoat is the purpose is to the complete removal of sin from themselves and transfer it to the scapegoat for him to go into the wilderness.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. I think somebody was paying attention anyway. All right. So, cool. So, Leviticus 16, pretty much the Day of Atonement. Okay. Yom Kippur is what that's all about. All right. So now we go into chapter 17 here, and then we get into the laws of on blood and sacrifice, which Sandra was bringing up earlier. And so now we're going to start talking about that, Sandra. And so would you like to read it? Okay, go ahead. We'll hit Phyllis up next.
Uyiqara, and he calls Leviticus chapter 17, verse 1, starting. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aharon, to his sons, and to all the children of Yishar, and say to them, This is the word which Yahuwah has commanded, saying, Any man from the house of Yisrael who slaughters a bull or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or who slaughters it outside the camp, and does not bring it to the door of the tent of meeting to bring an offering to Yahuwah before the dwelling place of Yahuwah, blood guilt is reckoned to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, in order that the children of Israel bring their slaughterings, which they slaughter in the open field. And they shall bring them to Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting, to the priest, slaughter them as peace offerings to Yahuwah. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall burn the fat for a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. And let them no longer slaughter their slaughterings to demons, after whom they whore. This is a law forever for them throughout their generations.
Okay, hang on, man. Hold on. All right. This is interesting here, man. So, the sacrifices must be brought to the tabernacle. They can't just go doing them anywhere they want to. Right? Why? Why? Yeah, I mean, this is so important that Yahuwah said.
We can hear you, Brother Mark.
You can't hear me? What's up? Cargolin?
I can hear you just fine. I don't know what's going on.
I had to leave and come back to be able to hear.
Oh, I can hear you. You're
Make
fine.
sure the mics are off. Turn your mics off. Oh, Chris, turn your mic off, bro.
Okay.
You got to control your mic. There you go. All right, hang on. I'm going to refresh.
Your little ring is moving like you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
5 by
just
5
fine.
here.
It might be your internet.
I can hear you now. It wasn't before.
I'm going to refresh anyway. Hang on. Let me refresh. Okay, I refreshed. Do I sound better now? I mean, what do we do? Lose Phyllis now?
Sound like a whole new person.
Sandra, you got your hand up?
Can't hear her.
I can't hear you, Sandra. Your mic's off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said
hear
I
me
was
now,
just
Phyllis?
attempting to answer your question regarding.
Hang on. Yep, hang on. So the sacrifices have to be brought to the tabernacle. They can't be done just anywhere. To the point where Yahuwah says that any man that does it should be cut off from among his people. So this is extremely important. So my question is, why can they not be done anywhere? They had to be done at the tabernacle. That's the question. Phyllis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I don't hear you now, Mark.
You can hear me? Okay, go ahead.
I heard you before, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Phyllis.
That threw me off. I had the answer. What was the question again?
Yeah, why are they not
Can
allowed?
you guys hear me?
Oh,
I don't hear anybody now.
We hear
Phil,
you,
we
Phil.
can hear you.
Because it was kind of like the strange fire. I connected it with, when they grabbed the strange fire and started worshiping in this way. He doesn't want you to worship him anywhere except where he tells you to. I think it's just to practice obedience and respect.
Mm-hmm. It's all that, but a little bit more deeper. Chris?
The tent of appointment is a set apart place of Yahuwah. That's where we're supposed to be worshiping and setting our sacrifices. And Yah likes barbecue, so a sweet fragrance unto Yah. We're not supposed to be going under every green tree on every high hill.
Yeah, you're on to it for sure, man. You're hot on its trail. I mean, you're right. I'm just looking for a little bit more clear answer for those that are not at where level we're at. Go ahead, Sandra.
So for a few days, I have been contemplating this, that before he specified where and how to worship him, they had been possibly worshiping and making sacrifices to demons, because that's what it says here.
There you go. So that's what it's to prevent idolatry.
Right.
That's it. That's simple. To prevent idolatry. Okay. That's why you told them to do that. Okay. All right, Phil, we're waiting on you. Come on, man. I mean, I could actually hear you talking. I don't know what was going on there. But anyway, okay. So, yeah, they were commanded to bring all the sacrifices to the tabernacle, not just anywhere, to prevent idolatry. All right. Okay, so where did we leave off at? I lost my place. Where did we leave off at, Sandra?
Verse 7 was the last read.
Oh, okay. All right. And let them no longer slaughter their slaughterings to demons after whom they hoard. This is the law forever for them throughout their generations. And so is that what they were doing? Were they out there sacrificing things to demons? And Yahuwah called and said, anybody caught doing anything other than that the tabernacle was cut off, period. I mean, so he made a very strict law, didn't he? Almost the penalty of death here. Really, it was the penalty of death in a way, wasn't it? Very strict here.
I think it's in Acts chapter 7 where Stephen was telling them that, or was it Paul, that they would make offerings and they worship Yahuwah to how they want it. And he's specifying how he wants his worship to be done. Here is what he's saying. He no longer is weakening it at that sin anymore to worship him any old kind of way. He wants you to worship, because he said the true worshipers worship him in ruach and in truth. And so this is the truth that he's declaring on how to worship him.
Yeah, his worship was to be different than the Canaanites, totally different than the nations. Everything about the children of Israel had to be totally, if the nations did it, they weren't allowed to do it. If the nations didn't do it, they were allowed to do it. That's how plain it really was. Go ahead, Ross. We can't hear you, man. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on, Roz. Your mic's off.
Sorry, I had hit.
There you go.
I normally have it the other way, and I hit a button, so I apologize. Is
You're
it
good.
also like they had the temple prostitutes that would do the stuff under the trees?
The temple
and stuff?
prostitute?
Yeah, the temple prostitutes, how they would go and worship.
Maybe the nation. Maybe so. I don't know, man. I can't even answer that one, but maybe. You know, I always associate temple prostitutes more with the Greeks, you know, or, you know, the nations, than I do Israel. But maybe they were coming out of Egypt, you know. Maybe they brought some of that out of there. I don't know. All right, anybody else thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, let's continue on, Sandra.
Verse 8. And say to them, any man of the house of Israel or of the strangers who sojourn among you, who offers a burnt offering or slaughtering, and does not bring it to the door of the tent of meeting to do it to Yahuwah, that man shall be cut off from among his people. And any man of the house of Yeshua or of the strangers who sojourn among you, who eats any blood, I shall set my face against that being who eats blood, and shall cut him off from among his people.
Okay,
For the life.
Hold on. Everybody set now? Everybody got their mics in check? Okay. All right. All right. So why is there such a strict prohibition against blood? Chris?
The blood is the life. We don't drink the blood. That's what the heathens and the pagans do. They drink the blood. What do we think? We're vampires? No, we don't drink the blood. We are set apart people. The blood is the life. We pour it out on the ground like dust.
That's right. And believe it or not, man, blood that really is meant for atonement on the altar of Yahuwah.
Can you guess what dinosaur this is?
I just turned your mic off, Leo. You had a background noise here, bro. Glad to see you. Yeah. So that's correct. So it's strict command against eating or drinking blood, because the life of the animal is in the blood, and the blood belongs to Yahuwah and Yahuwah alone. And really, it was meant for atonement on his altar. Okay. Which makes it for him and him alone. Sounds kind of weird, but when we shed blood, it goes into the altar of the earth and it cries out to Yahuwah. It's a pretty deep thing right there. So I don't want to get really off too deep into that, because I don't want to confuse anybody, but the beginners or anything. But let's keep that in mind, Natsarim. Go ahead, Ross.
Blood is also a breath.
It's a what?
It's a breath, because the oxygen goes into the blood and the blood goes and circulates around the body.
Okay. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I'm wondering, the blood is also representation of celebrating death versus, because blood represents life. When you eat or drink blood, you're trying to say you celebrate death more than living. Where the blood is living.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
The blood is twofold. If there is blood shed for sin, like murders, then there also has to be blood shed to atone for that evil that was committed. So it's a twofold thing. Like just when the children of Israel are going into the land of Canaan, they have to destroy those tribes that are there, because they have shed innocent blood through their sacrifices to Moloch and to all of their fake G gods. They have made this blood sacrifice that has stained and tarnished and created sin in the land. So now their blood in turn has to be shed to atone for their evil shedding of blood.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. So anytime, I mean, it's really goes, I'll take it to this far. when a human sins, somebody has to die to make up for that sin. That's how nasty it is. That's how horrible sin is.
So that goes with the without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness.
Yeah, and like what Ross was saying was there's oxygen in blood, which makes blood alive. And so it's a live offering. It's a lot of people look at these blood sacrifices as an offering of death, but it's not. It's actually an offering of life, because blood is alive because of the oxygen in it. So in that way, Ross was she was on track what she was saying in that aspect. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions?
I just wanted to tune in and say hi. I was listening to you, and I want to give thanks. I can't see her name, but thank you for the book. I will be ordering it, and right now I'm taking care of my grandchildren. That's why there's a lot of noise in the background. They're looking at Bleepy, but I think my son just got home, so I'm gonna get off, and I'll be back on later on once I go to my home. So I just want to say Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, Leo.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this so far? Okay, so now it's going to go ahead and answer the question for us. I just wanted to stop there and see if any of us could pick up on that before we got to the actual answer. But go ahead, Sandra. The next verse gives us the answer.
Verse 10, verse 11. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I've given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your lives. That's what you was just saying. For it is the blood that makes atonement for life.
Okay, stop.
That's the key right there.
Okay, so, Torah identifies the precious, this precious red substance as given life to the flesh. Adam also means red. And so Adam relates to Adam and to flesh. And then through this red substance that Torah identifies as the substance that gives the flesh life. Everybody seeing that? Connecting the dots through that? Okay. What a powerful statement verse 11 truly is, if you read it very carefully.
Brother Mark, does this have any relationship to Acts 20, I think 28, where the Ruach Kadesh said it's blood, but we know that the Ruach is breath, life, or spirit, but it doesn't have blood, but combined with Yahusha's blood, his human nature, then that's how blood was able to be shed.
Yeah, this is basically speaking of that. Yeah, but it's the blood that makes atonement for the life, not for the death. Go ahead, Roz.
So basically, it's Yahuwah breathing on it through the blood.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah. I mean, Yahuwah's breath is why everything's here, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, any other thoughts, comments, questions on that? It's a powerful verse, man. Y'all should mark that verse, because that verse says it all, really. If you can really identify with that verse and understand it, I mean, it's really the bottom line on everything, really. All right. No more thoughts, comments, questions. Let's continue on then, Sandra.
verse 12. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, no being among you eats blood, nor does any stranger who sojourns among you eat blood. And any man from the children of Israel or from the strangers who sojourn among you, who hunts and catches any beast or bird which is eaten, shall pour out its blood and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. Its blood is for its life. And I said to the children of Israel, do not eat the blood of any flesh, for the life of all flesh is in its blood. Anyone eating it is cut off. And any being who eats a carcass or what is torn by a beast, be he a native or stranger, he shall wash his garments, bathe in water, and shall be unclean until evening. Then he shall be clean. And if he does not wash or bathe his body, then he shall bear his error. This is
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So this is pretty much the laws of blood and sacrifice here in chapter 17. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions about it? So you may want, I don't know if you all think it's wrong to write in in your translation, but it doesn't bother me because it is a translation. Well, I mean, I'm respectful of it, but I find it helpful to write notes myself. And so to me, I would write right there above chapter 17, the law of blood and sacrifice, and that helps you to, if you ever go back through there, you can remember, what that chapter's about. But that's what I do. I mean, I just make a lot of different notes and even references to other places. And that's what helps me get around in this thing. Some people think I got a photographic memory, but I don't. I just take good notes. All right. So, 16, Day of Atonement. 17, Law of Blood and Sacrifice. And now we're going to go into 18. And really, it covers probably through the end of today's study. 18 through 22 would be the living differently, set apartness, where they, I don't know, the set apart law, maybe, or set apart code or whatever. But anyways, 18 to 22 pretty much explains to them how they're to be different than the nations, to live differently than the nations live. Okay, what that's going to be all
so
about.
are they considered the right rulings? Are these the 18, 19, 20, 20? These are considered the right rulings in which we live or exhibit him by?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, if you would, maybe. Right ruling is more of like, say somebody breaks a law and they go up in front of a judge, and the judge rules correctly. In other words, he doesn't take payoffs, and things like that. And so he rules righteously, whether it's good or bad. And he doesn't take payments to lie or cheat or any of that kind of stuff. So right rulings is it's right, and it's righteous, it's fair, it's, there's no evil.
But he rules based on these guidelines that's listed in here.
Yes. If you brought up,
this is how he makes his decision.
Yes, you would make a right.
That's part of the. I'm
you
sorry.
would make a right ruling based on these. Yes.
Yashayahu 11. That's part of the characteristics of Yahusha that you were teaching about last night. Remember, right ruling.
Yeah.
Making sure that we're practicing these. Because the nations don't practice these; they do otherwise.
No, this is what makes them different. This is how they live differently through 18 to 22. It's living differently. Okay, that's the easiest way for me to say it. I don't know. Anybody else got a better way of saying it? Go ahead. I mean, that's the best way I can come up with it. But really, it's a set apart laws that makes them different than the other nations. Like I said, if the nations are doing it, they weren't allowed. If the nations weren't doing it, they were allowed. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, down to the way they wore their hair and grew their beards and everything. It's just they had to be totally different, distinct than the nations. The nations were doing it; they weren't allowed to do it. That's how simple that was. He wanted his people to be different. And they worship him different, look different, act different, talk different, the whole 9 yards. All right. Even if it was peculiar, he still had to do it. All right. So who wants to read 18? Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, chapter 18. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Do not do as they do in the land of Mizraim, where you dwelt, and do not do as they do in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you, and do not walk in their laws. Do my right rulings and guard my laws, to walk in them. I am Yahuwah your Elohim. And you shall guard my laws and my right rulings, which a man does and lives by them. I am Yahuwah. No one is to approach anyone of his own flesh to uncover his nakedness. I am Yahuwah. The nakedness of your father or the nakedness of your mother, you do not uncover. She is your mother. You do not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife, you do not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or elsewhere, their nakedness you do not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, their nakedness you do not uncover, for theirs is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, brought forth by your father, she is your sister. You do not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's sister, you do not uncover. She is your father's flesh. The nakedness of your mother's sister, you do not uncover, for she is your mother's flesh. The nakedness of your father's brother, you do not uncover. You do not approach his wife. She is your aunt. The nakedness of your daughter-in-law, you do not uncover. She is your son's wife. You do not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your brother's wife, you do not uncover. It is your brother's nakedness. The nakedness of a woman and her daughter, you do not uncover. Nor do you take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are her relatives. It is wickedness. And do not take a woman as a rival to her sister to uncover her nakedness while the other is alive. And do not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness in her monthly separation of uncleanliness. And do not have intercourse with the wife of your neighbor to defile yourself with her. Excuse me. And do not give any of your offspring to pass through to Molech. And do not profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. And do not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And do not have intercourse with any beast to defile yourself with it. And a woman does not stand before a beast to mate with it. It is a perversion. Do not defile yourself with all these, for by all these the nations are defiled, which I am driving out before you. Thus the land became defiled. Therefore I punished it for its crookedness, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you shall guard my laws and my right rulings, and do not do any of these abominations, the native nor stranger who sojourns among you, because the men of the land who were before you have done all these abominations, and thus the land became defiled. So let not the land vomit you out for defiling it, as it vomited out the nations that were before you. For whoever does any of these abominations, those beings who do them shall be cut off from among their people, and you shall guard my charge, so as not to do any of these abominable laws which were done before you, so as not to defile yourselves by them. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim.
All right. Thanks, Chris. All right. So there you go. There's the laws of the different living. As you can see, the nations did these things, and so the children of Israel are not allowed to do them. I mean, this is pretty clear here. It's these chapters so far are moving from the tabernacle rituals to practical daily life for the children of Israel. And Yahuwah is demanding that the children of Israel behave totally different than the children of Mitzrayim or the children of Canaanite children, the Canaanites. And so, pretty heavy here. Chapter 18 is pretty heavily ridden with sexual purity. Okay, it talks about prohibiting incest, prohibiting adultery, homosexuality, and bestiality, and having sex with relatives. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Exactly what does it mean to us when it says here, you shall be cut off from among their people? Are we, I mean, I'm not interested in that stuff, but what happens if one of not sorry does something like that? Are they condemned to death, to abomination?
Are you asking what cut off means?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cut off means you're, like say you have a child and the child becomes so unruly and disobedient that you remove him from your will, and so he no longer going to inherit anything. That would be cut off. That doesn't necessarily mean death, but it could. But more so here, he's cut off from inheritance, thrown out of the family, disbarred, blackballed, rejected. Okay.
But you may still have eternity.
Huh?
You may still have eternal life.
It doesn't sound like it. I would say no. Well, because that's Israel. That's what our inheritance. That's when we inherit the same inheritance as the chosen ones. That's what that is everlasting life. So to me, as far as my understanding, I would say no. You don't get to inherit eternal life anymore. You're cut off. That's a huge statement. Cut off, and it's scary enough to get my attention for sure.
I'm just really trying to nail down what is the difference between these rulings that we're reading now and the Ten Commandments as far as importance.
Well, if you're in doing the Ten Commandments, Okay, you're in a marriage covenant with Yahuwah. So you're married to Yahuwah. Okay. And so to violate any of the 10 commandments is violating your marriage contract with your husband, or your, if your husband did it, would be with his wife. And then what happens? You guys, most of the time, it's divorce city, right? But as far as these laws go, these are, the set apart code, or the ways to live your life. And so if you do these things, and Yahuwah says you're going to be cut off, basically, he's throwing you out of the covenant. So divorce you, I guess you could say, but really, totally throw it out. To me, it means throw it out of the covenant, just like you were never in the covenant. It's kind of like when you're thrown into the lake of fire, or darkness. It's like you never lived. You were never even born. There'll be no memory of you. And so to me, that's what this is, cut off. Throw it out of the covenant, man. So I would say, you would be in big trouble. So we can't do these things either. And if you really think about it, if you have sex with your father's mother, or your sister, or any of this kind of stuff, or somebody else's wife, your brother's wife, aren't you breaking the 7th commandment? Yeah, you are, and in a lot of ways, you're breaking the 5th by disrespecting your father and mother, or even murdering, because, when you do something that bad to people, you're actually murdering them, and on and on and on. I mean, it could lead to malicious witnessing, all kinds of stuff. So like I say, almost everything can be filed under one of the 10 commandments in one way or the other. And so in retrospect, then breaking one of the 10 commandments, if you break any of the sub commandments underneath any of them, would violate that commandment. So it's pretty deep. It's really deep. Go ahead, Chris.
If I might embellish upon all that, when you are you go against these and you're being booted out, basically. This is bad. This is really bad. And all of these things this is a stacked covenant. Okay, first of all, the covenants are stacked. So you have the 10 commandments, and then you have the other commandments that are given above the 10 commandments along the way, as described in Deuteronomy in 28. So what we have here is we have above and beyond. This goes really deep, especially when you're talking about uncovering the nakedness of your father's skirt. If we remember right, what happened with Noah and Ham when the ark came to rest. Noah was not just planting grapes, making wine, catching a buzz, and passing out naked. There was a lot more to it. Ham uncovered the nakedness of his father's skirt. He raped his mother. And that's why when Noah woke up, he was so furious about what had happened, and he cursed Canaan, because that curse is for all generations after that, because Ham uncovered his father's skirt. This is a really big deal. There's a lot more to it. So we have to take it into context here. When we're guarding his laws, we're guarding all of them. Okay, not just the 10 commandments, not just the covenant that was made with Abraham. We're guarding all of them because they're stacked. There's one on top of the other on top of the other, because Yah never changes. So we have to really take these into, like when you get down to 21 and it talks about Moloch, that also has to do with abortion. As you get into 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 7, this has to do with abortion, and we have to do with sodomy, and we have to do with bestiality. Let's go back to the fallen angels, okay? The fallen angels corrupted all flesh, human and animal. There's 3 different witnesses that say that they corrupted all flesh. So when we're being taught in elementary school that the dinosaurs were walking the earth, and the dinosaurs were a procreation of the fallen angels corrupting the animals. This is all really deep in this. There's a lot to this. So we kind of need to kind of pick it apart a little bit at a time and understand exactly what each verse is saying. That's kind of just what I was making a point of there.
Yeah, I would label chapter 18 as sexual purity laws. Is what I would call that one. Yeah, he's right. You know, the everlasting covenant, all the other covenants are compressed into the everlasting covenant. It covers them. The everlasting covenant covers them all. So therefore, all the laws. Okay, so we got to see that. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions, Roz?
Well, I've heard this before too about it, and I've got a question. Canaan being cursed means that would have had to have been the progeny between his mother and him. That's what I mean. Cam and his mother.
I'll let Chris answer that one. Go ahead, Chris.
Canaan, okay, we got to think about what happened with Canaan. After the land was divided up between Shem, Ham, and Japheth, okay? Canaan invaded the land that was supposed to be Shem's, okay? So that land was cursed from that point on, along with the curse that Noah put on Canaan through his father Ham. You have to understand that there's all this set up for as it goes through the Torah and through Genesis of what's going on here. Canaan really blew it. He got cursed because of what his father did, and it carried over. All those tribes that took over the plains of the children of Ham, they were wicked. Look at the Mitzraites and the Sodom and Gomorrah and all of that were the children of the plains. Those were the descendants of Ham. When they were building the Tower of Babel, Nimrod building the Tower of Babel, he was a descendant of Cush. He was a son of Cush, who was the son of Ham. So these are very deep things, these curses. And some of these curses, the 3rd and 4th generation, depending on how bad the curse is, can go to the 10th generation. So we got to take all that into account. When Canaan took the land that was supposed to go to Shem, that was a big deal because he took the Holy Land. So then that land was cursed, and that's where all those heathens and pagans ended up right down in there. Through Lebanon, through the land of Canaan, all the way to Mitzrayim, and what they consider nowadays Iraq and Iran. It was a big area. That's why Shem stayed up with his father in the ark. That's where they dwelt. And if you notice, when Abraham was being hunted by, after he destroyed his father's idols and everything, he had to run back to where the ark is to live with Shem and Noah because he was taught by them. Abraham was actually taught, Abram was taught by them. Nimrod caused a lot of problems. He caused a lot of problems by putting on the garments. He caused a ton of problems. And the curses of Canaan reflect all of that. I don't know. That's how I read it. That's how I see it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra?
Get my mic to work.
Huh.
Oh, I was trying to get my mic to work. So on that verse that Sister Phyllis brought up, shall be cut off from among their people. It's like being cut off from the body. You're not a part of the body. The difference, because we all are the body of Yahusha. So he said they're going to be cut off from among their people. So they no longer are amongst us. It's like they're now of the doctrines of the demons now, the children of darkness. Because this is the truth here that we're reading. And if you deviate from it, you're going into darkness. Disobedience is darkness. It's kind of what I'm getting from that.
I kind of like that analogy because look, if you're cut off, boom, your little finger's cut off. Now look at you, how weird your hand looks. Your little finger's cut off, right? It's been cut off of the body, gone, right? Guess what? Yahuwah can engraft. He can put somebody else in your place, and bam, his body's full back again now. But you ain't there. You were cut off. Yeah, so that's good analogy there, Sandra. I like that. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts, comments? Yeah, I'll stay to Yosha. All right, who wants to take us into chapter 19? Who wants to read that one? Somebody different. Go, Joe.
Chapter 19. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say to them, Be set apart, for I, Yahuwah, your Elohim, am set apart. Each one of you should fear his mother and his father, and guard my Sabbaths. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Do not turn to idols, and do not make for yourselves molten mighty ones. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. And when you bring a peace offering to Yahuwah, bring it for your acceptance. It is eaten the same yom you slaughter it, and on the next yom. And that which is left on the third yom is burned with fire. So if it is eaten at all on the third yom, it is abominable. It is not accepted, and he who eats it bears his crookedness, because he has profaned the set-apart offering of Yahuwah, and that being shall be cut off from his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, do not completely reap the corners of your field, or gather the gleanings of your harvest. And do not glean your vineyard, or gather every grape of your vineyard. Leave them for the poor and the stranger. I am Elohim, I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Do not steal, do not lie, do not deceive one another. And do not swear falsely by my name, and so profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. Do not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of him who is hired not to remain with you all Layla until morning. Do not curse to death or put a stumbling block before the blind, but fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. Do no unrighteousness in right ruling. Do not be partial to the poor or favor the face of the great, but rightly rule your neighbor in righteousness. Do not go slandering among your people. Do not stand against the blood of your neighbor. I am Yahuwah. Do not hate your brother in your heart. Reprove your neighbor for certain and bear no sin because of him. Do not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the children of your people. And you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay, stop. Okay, so as you can see here, he's, throwing a lot of the everlasting covenant out there, quite a bit, really. You should fear your mother and your father, guard my Shabbats, do not make idols, do not steal, don't lie, and just on, right? So you can see how he's touching the 10 Commandments here with each one of these laws. I mean, they all fall under there in some way or other. But I want to bring your attention down to this very last verse here in 18. Do not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the children of your people, which I think is extremely important because there's a lot of people suffering because they held grudges. And now they, for whatever reason, perhaps they can no longer contact those people. They've moved, they've lost contact of them or whatever. And so they're bearing the weight of this sin. And so I want those people to know that you don't have to do that. You can still repent without telling them that you repented, but Yahuwah knows. And, and Yahushua will be the conduit for you. and probably soften their heart wherever they are to do the same toward you. You don't really have to know, but Yahuwah knows. And so here it says, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah. What is that? What is that? Phyllis?
That is the second greatest commandment. Yahuwah said, love Yahuwah with all your heart and all your being and all your might. And the second one is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah.
There it is. Just like the lady said, second greatest commandment, right there in Leviticus. So it's not a new command. You know, a lot of times circuses, they teach that Yahusha gave us a new command to love everyone as yourself, or love them as I love them, you know. But really, he was just elaborating, or he was reinforcing this old command, this original command, command in Leviticus. It's not a new command at all, is it? Neither is the first command. It's not a new command either. You know, and so the first, now, here's my question. So pay attention now. This is a tricky one. Okay, since loving Yahuwah with all your heart, being, and strength, and loving your neighbor as yourself is the first and second greatest command of all, why aren't they in the 10 Commandments? I don't see any of them in there. Why? Phyllis?
Sister Sandra had her hand up first.
Oh, go ahead, Sandra.
She can go first. Beauty before.
Well, somebody go first.
Well,
Okay.
it's in the commandments. The first commandment is, I am Yahuwah your Elohim. You shall have no other before me. And the other 6 commandments is summed up by you shall love your neighbor.
That's true. But
So
a lot of people know that, you know.
I was going to say the same thing she said, is like the first 4 of the 10 is the summation of loving Yahuwah with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your being, and with all your might. Those first 4, and then the last 6 is how we love our neighbor as ourselves. We respect our father and our mother. We do not murder. We do not break wedlock by disobeying any of the commands. We break the covenant marriage. And then we do not steal. We do not bear malicious witness against anyone. And we do not covet someone else. That's idolatry. Covetousness is idolatry. So those last 6 is how we perform love unto others. And how can we love Yahuwah if we don't love our neighbor? It says in 1 Yehukanan. That's what I'm getting. How can I say I love Sister Phyllis? How can I say love Yahuwah and not love Sister Phyllis, who is created in the image of Yahuwah? Because love, Yahuwah is love. Same thing. I just said too many words. I'm sorry.
Anybody else? Chance?
In short, Yahuwah is love. We are taught love by Yahuwah. For the Torah says, love is completion. It is the bond of perfection. So we're taught love by Yahuwah because Yahuwah is love.
Okay. All right. So everybody's correct. I mean, what do they call that? So they call the first 4. Some say the first 5, but I don't see that. I see it as the first 4. What are they called in the Hebrew? Well, what are they called?
Is it the vertical commands and the horizontal commands?
Vertical commands, and then the last 6 would be the horizontal commands, because they're down here and we're shoulder to shoulder, right? With the chosen ones are shoulder to shoulder, right? And so they call them the horizontal because they actually pertain to humanity, and how to treat your neighbor, and then of course the biblical one is how to love Yahuwah, right? And so they call him that. But Yahusha did something really quite amazing when he actually said that on these two commands lays all the Torah and the prophets. So let's look at that real quick. That blows my mind. It's in Matthew 22. Let's go there. So Matthew 22, 40. Is where he says that, that on these two commands hang all the Torah and the prophets. But I want somebody to read that passage for us, if you will. Who would like to read that? Go ahead, Phil. Starting to pay, it's like verse 29.
Okay.
29 down through 40.
Okay. Matthew chapter 22, 29, verse 29. And Yahusha answering said to them, you go astray, not knowing the writings nor the power of Elohim. For in the resurrection they do not marry, nor they are given in marriage, but are as messengers of Elohim in heaven. And concerning the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what was spoken to you by Elohim, saying, I am the Elohim of Abraham, and the Elohim of Yeshua, and the Elohim of Jacob. Elohim is not the Elohim of the dead, but of the living. And when the throngs heard, they were astonished at his teaching. But the Persian, having heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, were gathered together. And one of them, learned in the Torah, did question, trying him, saying, Teacher, which is the greatest command in the Torah? And Yahusha said to them, you shall love your Elohim with all your heart, with all your being, and with all your mind. This is the first and great command. And the second is that you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang the Torah and the prophets.
Okay. And so that's powerful stuff right there, man. So this is an amazing thing to me, because it really, what it's saying is the first four are the vertical commands and the last six are the horizontal commands. And so these two greatest commands all of the commands hang on these two. See what I'm saying? And he even includes it. Remember when the young guy, he comes and asks Yahuwah what he has to do to be saved. Remember that? What verse is that in? That's in that's what is that? It's in John, and anybody remember what verse that's in? I can't recall. When it came, that guy comes up and asks him, "What do I have to do?"
I thought that was in Luke.
To
inherit eternal life. And then he said he felt that there was something lacking, so he asked, what do I need? What more do I need?
Yeah, where's that at? That's John, I'm pretty sure.
Sell all that you have.
Maybe it's not.
Give in kindness and follow me.
Maybe it's in Matthew 7. Look at Matthew 7. Yeah, I think it is.
Matthew 7.
Maybe.
This is more than one, I would think.
What's that?
So I think it's in more than one of these chapters.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, there it is. Matthew 7:21. Matthew 7:21. No, that's not it. That's all right. That's not it. Shoot. Where is that?
Hey, Mark, it's Matthew 19:17.
Okay. 19:17.
Matthew 19:17. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there it is. So he says, and he said to him, why do you call me good? No one is good except one, Elohim. But if you wish to enter into life, guard the commandments. And he said to him, which? And Yahusha said, you shall not murder, you shall not break wedlock, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness, respect your father and your mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. So see there, he includes it into the horizontal commands. There's none of the vertical commands are being listed there. Why? Somebody.
It's a given.
Why aren't the vertical commands listed here? When Yahusha answered that question, he only named off the horizontal commands, and then he even added the second greatest command to it. He didn't even talk about the first command. Why? Phil?
Because you can't do the 6 without the first 4.
There you go.
Impossible. It's impossible.
I like that. Phil. Thank you. Can't do it first.
Got to redeem myself from that mess up earlier.
Yeah, you cannot do the first 4 without doing the last 6 first. Okay. Everybody got that?
But Sandra, I get what you said. It's a given because you were saying the same thing. If you don't have the spirit of Yahuwah in you, you can't do the 6. So you had it. You just said it a different way.
But I like the way you explained it. Thank you, brother, for your kindness.
Okay, look at John 13 while we're on this subject. John 13, 34 and 35.
John 13, 34 and 35.
Yeah, and it says, a renewed command I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. But this shall all know that you are, by this all shall know that you're my pupils if you love one another. So this is where the controllers come in and say that he's abolished the Torah and replaced it with this new commandment. But this is not a new commandment. This is just a reestablished or a new, renewed, restored. He didn't even restore it really or renew it. He just reemphasized it, brought it out of the command. He brought that from the Torah. It just reworded a little bit differently, but it's still the same command. Chris, go ahead, man.
I have a question for everyone. Me and my wife were having a discussion the other night, okay, about loving each other. In parts of the Torah, it says that we are to reject the heathens. We are to reject the abominations of Moab and of Ammon and of the nations, okay? That means that we ain't to love them. We ain't to yoke with them. We ain't to do any of that. So, in my opinion, and from my studies, this just is in regards to loving each other, our brothers and sisters in Yah, not to extend that to the nations, because the nations are heathens and we ain't had nothing to do with them. What does everybody else think about that? It was a discussion me and my wife were having the other day.
Go ahead, Phil.
I think Yahuwah will direct you who to rescue, so to speak. I mean, it was like my example earlier, the atheist. I mean, I was directed to do that. So I extended that love. It's not really my love. It's love through me, through Yahuwah. The imposter is using love. I just was going to say that before you said this. He is using love. That love is going to be the thing. And anybody that doesn't love this way, whatever system he set up, you're going to be a hater. And they're going to use it against us. So True love comes from the Father, but he's offering a love too, but a love is a worldly love, a temporal love. So anyway, I disagree with that. I mean, I know what it says there, but he's going to direct this, because how else can these people be reached? He's got to have an emissary. We have to be salt in the wound of the beast. And so therefore, I think through him, I mean, I didn't come up with this on my own. It's too brilliant that you're going to rescue who you're going to rescue. He may still choose not to redeem them or to set apart them. That's his prerogative, but you're still supposed to go out in uncharted waters in the wilderness to cry to them for repentance. So at least that's what I got from it. I don't know why else I would have done it. There's no other, motive behind me to do such a thing or to be led that way. So anyway, that's happened a lot this summer. Telling me to put boots on the ground, start putting into practice that we talked about last week, and start doing it. And so I don't know.
Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff about that. You're not supposed to hate Esau. There's the Peter's dream that Yahuwah has cleansed all men, including the Gentile. There's the Gentiles being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh in Acts. There's love your enemy by Yahusha when he was talking on, that one sermon, told everybody to love their enemy. So then there's the scattering of the seed through Ephraim when he scattered the northern tribes throughout the whole world, and they intermarried with the Gentiles, and therefore the seed of Abraham is throughout the entire world. And then there's Abraham, who's the father of the Gentiles, of the nations, not just the father of Israel, but of the nations. He's also the father of the nations, because Abraham went out and sowed seed, the seed of Abraham, throughout the whole world among the Gentiles. So I think when they came into Canaan from Mitzrayim, Yahuwah had to set them apart in a way for them to understand how to worship him and how to love him and then to get to know him. But later on, he integrated the mankind with the seed of Abraham and became the deliverer of the world, because Yahusha talks about another flock. So I have another flock other than this one that I have to bring too, speaking of the Gentiles. And then there's always Romans 11, who talks about engrafting, that the wild vine can engraft into the natural vine, and that's absolute Gentile. So to me, no. Anybody else? Phil.
Would that go with the two resurrections? I know it's the 144,000, but still, would that be in that? And also us being able to invite those to the wedding feast, as we've talked about, that's part of that too. You know what I mean? To where you can invite people that you deem as friends, whatever it might be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Go ahead, Chance.
I was just gonna point out in Matthew 24:11, it says this Besorah's got to go out to all nations. So we got to be looking for Yashrael. We got to be looking for them because they're scattered among us. So we gotta, be bringing this Besorah, because Yahusha says this Besorah's got to go out to all nations, and then the end shall come. So we gotta bring this Besorah out to them, the message of the kingdom of Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's who the Ephraim is the lost sheep. Sandra, do you have your hand up?
I was just thinking concerning Brother Chris's question about not mingling, because it is a scripture in there saying that we don't want to walk as they walk, the uncircumcised. But at the same time, we're in the world, but we're not supposed to be of the world. So being amongst them, we still walk in love, loving them, because every day Yahuwah loves them. He loves all of his creation. And that's why he has a long time patience waiting for them, hoping that they will turn. but he already created them and formed their ruachs, and he knows those that are his. But we got to be loving at all times, no matter what a person is or is not. Because if we don't, we're making a judgment that we don't have a right to it. Right now, we're supposed to demonstrate that love and show kindness to everyone, no matter what. But we don't walk as they walk. We don't think like they think. We don't reason like they reason. We reason according to his reasoning, is how I kind of like see it.
Yeah, I agree with you. We don't know who is going to deliver. Okay, so we have to love everybody because you never know who's going to be in the rain and who ain't. If you think you know, oh, you're stepping on treacherous ground. Go ahead, Chance. Do you have your hand up, Chance? No? Okay, go ahead, Phil.
Mr. Rosa and Brother Phil.
Somebody had their hand up.
Yeah, the love is what sets us apart in the first place. So when you respond with love to a worldly person, they don't know how to handle it. They think you should be angry, they think you should be resentful, or whatever it might be. And when you're not, it's a true witness of the Father's love. We're boots on the ground. We have got to stand in the gap. He's telling us, I've given you, knowledge will increase. Well, the knowledge isn't just the computer. It's the fact that we know much more now than they did back then. That's what I think. That's what he's impressed on me. He's released more of his tactics against the enemy, at least in this. And I don't know all of it. I'm just speculating a little bit, but he'll correct me if I'm that. So, I mean, so that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to occupy till he comes back. Not supposed to be hiding somewhere or sitting in a basement. We're supposed to be out. He'll protect us. And it's a witness there too. They won't even see us. And I've been in those, and I know you have too, Mark. They didn't even see you in the midst of this chaos because you've been protected. So this love is uncommon. It's set apart love. It's not the counterfeit love. Romance. That's got Rome in it. That's all Roman influence. That's the beast. So we're his love. We're an extension of his love. And when we respond in love, they don't know. It just stops it because they don't know what to do. They have no power. They have no power over you.
Overcome evil with good.
We have to be able to pass the ever so important love test in Matthew 25, don't we? We can't pass the love test by hating other people. Go ahead, Ross. Everybody's made from the same flesh and blood. We're not separate. Go ahead, Ross. We're all sinners until he calls us out. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, we have to remember that he created everybody. And if we look down on them, we're looking down on the Father. If we hate them, we're hating the Father.
That's right.
If we, don't trust them, we're not trusting the Father. So we have to look at each person, no matter whether they're in it or out of it. We have to look at them as the Father because he created everybody.
Yeah, that's a real good point. That's why Yahushua said, what you do to the least of them, you do it to me, because everybody's made in the essence of Yahuwah, all mankind. Doesn't mean all mankind's going to be delivered, but that's not our job. That's Yahuwah's job. He's the one that's going to choose who he delivers and who he doesn't. And I hate to say this, but it's going to be based on love. That's what I think. You better be able to pass that love test. Okay, everybody done? Back to you, Chris.
With my daily interactions with people that I go out in public and I just talk to people, I hand out Bibles and stuff like that. If somebody is a non-believer, if someone is pagan or heathen or whatever, they're of the nations, okay? When you start to speak to them about Yah, they freak and they flee. So you really can't have any interaction with them because they just lose their mind and they don't want to hear it and they run off. If somebody actually is curious about learning, is curious and they're seeking, okay, let's put it in that term, they're seeking, then they will actually have a conversation with you. But as far as these nations go, most of the people that I interact with, they either get violently angry, they exhibit hate, or they run off. So I tried to just dust off my sandals and move on at that point. But it's really very few that are receptive. Very, very few.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's all Yahuwah's business. You know, it's Yahuwah who will choose who he choose. We don't choose him; he chooses us. You know, if they're not one of his people, and he knows who his people are, isn't that reassuring? He knows who his people are. You know, if they're not his people, yeah, you're going to get a lot of grief. They might even punch you in your nose. But a year later, that man may be more obedient than you ever were. So we just don't know. And so we got to be extremely careful by judging. We need to love everybody, even our enemies. And Yahuwah knows who his are. And you'll see them in the end, you know, when they're judged and they're in the rain with you, you'll know that, man, I thought you were the devil, hell's angel dude, man. Ain't you got to punch me in my nose? Yeah. But I learned who Yahuwah was, and now I'm here with you in eternity, brother. You just don't know. We can't go there, man. Speedy might even be there before it's over with. Oh, I know. Even though he thinks that whistle's a shofar, he might be there. You never know. Speedy might. Go ahead, Ross.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. When we have to give it to everybody, and not, you know, I know from the fact of everybody that comes onto the channel on when I'm going to they're being really awful, ugly, you know, all that, I still have to comment back to them in a nice way, even though sometimes I feel like I'm biting my tongue to stop from doing it. I have to, because they could, you know, they could be the next one that's in there, you know, so I can't judge them in any kind of a way.
I think I'll go as far as saying this. Now, this might sound weird to you, but I'll say this. You know, your hate, your resentment, your rebuke of people, walking away from them and all that, it's because you love them. Because if you didn't love them, you wouldn't care. But obviously you care because you're mad and it's making you angry and you're stomping away, wishing that they would listen to you. I can't stand that guy. You won't listen. Why? What do you care? Because you love him. That's why you care. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments? Go ahead, Chance.
I just want to hit on this subject a little bit too. In Abrim or Hebrews, it says, "Yeah, the word of Yahuwah is alive and working." You know, and it's able to judge the thoughts and intentions of one's heart. So it's really not about us. It's about the razun of Yahuwah and what he chooses to do. We're entrusted with the living words of Yahuwah as emissaries or messengers to the nation. We're the only light in their darkness. So we got to endure and fill up our body with these sufferings to try to win them and bring them to Yahuwah and present them to Yahuwah, you know, acceptable and well-pleasing to Yahuwah, and admonish them in the knowledge of Yahuwah, the good and the evil. So I get pretty deep into this Basora stuff because you know, I always take that Matthew verse very serious where he said this Basora's got to go out to all nations and then the end shall come. Everybody's got an option to be called to repentance and to come into the word to Yahuwah if that's their, you know, they got to hear these words. So, you know, love and peace to y'all.
Yeah, let's everybody go to Acts 10. I think somebody's missing something here. Look at Acts 10. This was pretty much cleared up through Peter's vision, his daydreaming, if you will. Starts probably around 9. Go ahead, Chris, if you will, read that for us, will you? It starts at 9 and goes through 16, I believe, probably.
Okay.
No, not 16. No, it goes all the way down through 30. So 9 through 30, please.
All righty. And on the next day, as they were on their way and approaching the city, Kepha went up on the housetop to pray about the sixth hour. And he became hungry and wished to eat. But while they were preparing, he fell into a trance, and he saw the heaven opened, and a certain vessel, like a great sheet, bound at the four corners, descended to him, let down to the earth, in which were all kinds of four-footed beasts of the earth, and wild beasts, and creeping creatures, and the birds of the heaven. And a voice came to him, Rise up, Kepha, slay and eat. But Kepha said, Not at all, master, because I have never eaten whatever is uncommon or unclean. And a voice came to him again the second time, What Elohim has cleansed, you do not consider common. And this took place 3 times. And the vessel was taken back to the heaven. And while Kepha was doubting within himself about what the vision might mean, look, the men who had been sent from Cornelius, having asked for the house of Simeon, stood at the gate. And he called out. Then they inquired whether Simeon also knew as Kepha was staying there. And as Kepha was thinking about the vision, the Spirit said to him, See, 3 men seek you, but rise up, go down, and go with them, not doubting at all, for I have sent them. So Kepha went down to the men who had been sent to him from Cornelius, and said, Look, I am the one you seek. Why have you come? And they said, Cornelius the captain, a righteous man, and one who fears Elohim, and well spoken of by the entire nation of Yehudim, was instructed by a set-apart messenger, small m, so it was an angel, to send for you to his house and to hear words from you. So inviting them in, he housed them, and on the next day Kepha went away with them, and some brothers from Jaffa went with him. And the following day they entered into Caesarea, and Cornelius was waiting for them, having called together his relatives and close friends. And it came to be that when Kepha entered, Cornelius met him and fell down at his feet and bowed before him. But Kepha raised him up, saying, Stand up, I myself am also a man. And talking with him, he went in and found many who had come together. And he said to them, You know that a Yehudi man is not allowed to associate with or go to one another race. But Elohim has showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean. That is why I came without hesitation when I was sent for. So I ask, Why have you sent for me? And Cornelius said, 4 days ago I was fasting until this hour. And at the 9th hour I prayed in my house, and see, a man stood before me in shining garments. How far would you like me to go?
No, that's good enough. I mean, so we can obviously see in 28, this is where the controllers try to convince us that the dietary laws are abolished and we can eat anything we want. But this is not what this stream was about, because it's analyzed here in verse 28. And he said to them, you know that a Yehuda man is not allowed to associate with or go to another race's home. This is what he's getting this from the Leviticus. And so this was a strict Torah. They weren't allowed to associate with the nations, man. They were unclean, right? But then all of a sudden, but Elohim has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean. What he has made clean, let no man call unclean. And so this is letting us know that, hey, there's going to be Gentiles to love her too. Okay. Matter of fact, one of the Roman soldiers, Yahusha, told all the Yehudim standing with him, including his Talmudim, I haven't seen any belief like this in all of Israel, like this man has. And that was a Roman soldier. How about the woman begging for crumbs, him to heal her daughter? And he said, I'm not giving any food to the dogs. Well, the dogs were what the Yehudim called Gentiles dogs. And she said, yeah, master, but Even the little dogs get to eat the crumbs from the master's table. And you just said, wow, your belief has made her whole. You never seen belief like that either. And those were Gentile people. How about when the Ruach HaKodesh with Peter fell on the Gentile family, the entire family, and immersed them in the Ruach HaKodesh, blowed Peter's mind. He said, can anyone forbid water? He didn't know what to do. Here the Ruach HaKodesh had immersed the Gentiles, blowed Peter's marbles. So, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind, man. We can't do that. And to do it is I think, get yourself in trouble. But anyway, we can go on and on all day about that one. Anybody else any thoughts, comments, or questions before we get back into today's study? Go ahead, Chance.
Hey, I was gonna go back where you were talking, Mark, about the two greatest commands.
Yeah.
Religion has twisted these things into a doctrine of lawlessness, because we're taught love by Yahuwah, but these Christians have taken that and said, "Oh, the commandments no longer exist. All I got to do is love." But they fail to realize that they're being taught love by those commands, and it's impossible to love without obeying those commands. But what religion is doing, when you were speaking about that earlier, is that's how they twist it to their own destruction. And I actually was talking to a Christian woman, and I was talking to her about Yahusha and the commandments. She said, "Well, what's the first two greatest commands?" And I'm like, I told her, and she's like, basically telling me, like, I told you. And I'm like, well, and I realized I was in deeper water than I anticipated, because she this has been twisted into lawlessness. So, and then what we just covered right here with the sheep with these animals, is how Christian has also twisted this doctrine into eating clean and unclean food. This is one of the biggest verses or passages they go to about eating unclean beasts. This is exactly where they go every single time to try to justify their pig eating. I can't stand it. It just really, really bothers me. But it's just interesting that we found our place here. 2 places already where when I bring the Basora to the nations, I find these verses keep popping up at me. And this is how they twist certain passages to their own destruction and try to get away with, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I figured I'd share that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to Leviticus 19 now. Any thoughts, comments, or questions so far on Leviticus chapter 19? If not, let's go ahead and continue, Joe.
19:19. Guard my laws. Do not let your livestock mate with another kind. Do not sow your field with mixed seed. And do not put a garment woven of 2 sorts of thread upon you. And when a man has intercourse with an Asha, who is a female servant engaged to a man, and who has not at all been ransomed or redeemed, there should be an inquiry. But they are not put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his guilt offering to Yahuwah to the door of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before Yahuwah for his sin which he has done. And the sin which he has sinned shall be forgiven him. And when you come into the land and have planted all kinds of trees for food, then you shall reckon their fruit as uncircumcised. For 3 years it is as uncircumcised to you. It is not eaten. And in the 4th year all its fruit is set apart. Praises to Yahuwah. And in the 5th year you eat its fruit, so that it increases its yield to you. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Do not eat meat with blood. Do not practice divination or magic. Do not round the corner of your head. nor destroy the corner of your beard. And do not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, or put tattoo marks on you. I am Yahuwah. Do not profane your daughter by making her a whore, so that the land does not whore, and the land becomes filled with wickedness. Guard my Sabbaths and reverence my set apart place. I am Yahuwah. Do not turn to medians, and do not seek the spiritists to be defiled by them. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Rise up before the gray-headed, and you shall favor the face of an old man, and shall fear your Elohim. I am Elohim. And when a stranger sojourns with you in your land, do not oppress him. Let the stranger who dwells among you be to you as the native among you. You be to you as and you shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Do no unrighteousness in right ruling, in measurement of length and weight, or in measuring liquids. Have right scales, right weights, a right alpha, and a right hin. I am Yahoo, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. And you shall guard all my laws and all my right rulings and do them. I am Yahuwah.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Okay, so notice chapter 19 now is, I would call that social laws or social set apartness. How to live with your neighbor, basically here. And you can see it just goes on and on and on. But when we get down to 26 there, I think it gets extremely interesting. Do not eat meat with the blood. So all y'all that love rare steaks, you better stop eating them things mooing, man. You ain't allowed to eat a steak with blood coming out of it. So when I order a steak, I always order it well done myself. Do not practice divination or magic. What is that? What's divination? Ross, go ahead.
Divination is talking to demons, but and getting information from the demons to be able to tell people in prophecy to them if you're not with the Father Yahuwah and him giving prophecies. But that's not what I was. I raised my hand to ask. You know, this has to do with cooking today. Is bone broth, if a bone is cut and you're boiling the bones, are you cooking and you using the drippings of it, should that be thrown away?
I don't see that. As long as it's thoroughly cooked.
Okay.
I mean, it says, okay, say you take a steak and you cook it well done. Is not the meat cooked? The blood in it cooked? Yeah.
Yeah, but the
So you're allowed
bones.
to eat that.
Yeah, but the bones that you're.
The marrow?
Yeah, well, that's where the blood is made, is in the bones.
Mm-hmm.
That's, it's just, I was thinking about that.
I don't think so, Roz. I mean, in my opinion, if you can't see red, you can eat it. That's just my opinion, man.
Okay.
You got to see that color, red, in my opinion. Other than that, we'd drive ourselves crazy.
Well, I just wanted to ask because I didn't want it to be something like that.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. I'm just saying that's just my opinion, though. Somebody else may think of it differently, but to me, if you don't see red, you're good to go. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you.
From the way I understand it, the blood has to do with the slaughtering. Okay, if you slaughter the animal and then you bleed it out, then the blood is removed. Anything else that you have inside the bones is going to be cooked, like sparkanu. Like what? I'm sorry, I'm a first time here, so I'm not familiar with everyone yet.
Mark. You can call me Mark. That's fine.
Mark. Okay, that has to do with the slaughtering. You're to dump out the blood when you're doing the slaughtering. Okay, that's why you hang the animal upside down and let it bleed out if you're a hunter or whatever. As far as as far as if you're cooking a steak, you're going to have juice. No matter what, you're going to have juice. And most chefs tell you to let it rest so that the juices come out of the meat. So after you bleed the animal out, and after the blood has been dispersed, then what is left over is bodily fluid. And inside the bones, the marrow, you're cooking it anyway. As far as a rare steak goes, it's just juice. It's once you get the blood out of the animal, because the blood is life. Once you remove the life, then I don't see there being any problems, unless if you're taking a cup and putting it underneath the animal's throat and cook, that I don't see any problems there. But that's just how I see it. I don't know. I'm learning just like everybody else is. I don't know. That's
To
how I see
me,
it.
it's red. It's a forbidden. That's my opinion. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I understand what he's saying about the way you're supposed to kill the animals is to drain the blood out. But now, unless we have a true kosher outlet, we really don't know how the animal was killed. We don't even know if the animal was worthy of eating. We just take and trust Yahusha to do the best. And I agree with Mark that if you see red, you see blood. That's just me.
Yeah. Anybody else got any thoughts on that rear steak thing? I'll give you this. Okay. The Israelites consider rare steak kosher. I'll give you that. But to me, it just don't sound right. And I don't know if it's if the red liquid appears in a rare steak. They say it's not blood. They call it migloblin, something like that. Okay, and it's because it's not pure blood. Okay, and so this protein found in the muscle tissue that creates this red appearance is permitted over in Israel. So I'll give you that much. But I'm just saying, for me, if there's red, it's forbidden. I'm playing it safe. I ain't playing games with my deliverance. So for me, I order it well done. Period. Go ahead, Chance.
What's coming to me is like, is it a conscious thing? Are you being seared in your conscience by, questioning this blood? If you're looking at this piece of meat and you're wondering, is there blood in there or not? You better start cooking that thing a little better, because, it becomes evil to us if we're seared in our conscience about it. If it's wrong and you know what I mean? Me personally, I'm thinking about blood right now. I'm not really a big fan of it. I want mine done. I just don't like it. I'm not going to be doing that. It just doesn't sit well with me at all. All this blood talk is just awful, man. I can't even, you know what I mean? So let it be that. That's my personal opinion. If it's searing you in your conscience and it feels bad, I'd just probably put that thing back on the fire. You know what I mean? Just don't risk the biscuit,
Yeah. Yeah. I just looked it up, but I'll tell you why in a moment. Go ahead, June.
Okay, I just wanted to interject this. I'm sorry, Chance. But when we kill a deer and we dress it, we hang it for 3 to 5 days and we drain all the blood out. We get it from the processor, and then I can let it drain in the fridge for 3 more days. And out of 4.5 pounds of meat, I'll get 2 cups of blood. And I mean, and then I still have to cook it thoroughly to remove the pink from that. So it's in there. It's incorporated just thoroughly through that meat. So I just thought I'd interject that. Sorry, Chance.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Phyllis.
This is a question. What if someone like myself just became convinced that eating that raw steak was wrong? I could just repent because I didn't realize it, and that's okay. I'm just wow.
Yeah, I think you can repent. Well, once you know, then you can no longer claim unintentional, once you know. But if you don't know, then yeah, you can claim unintentional and be forgiven for it. But I Googled that and it said that kosher preparation for steak is because they salt it. They salt the meat and soak it to remove the blood. So even a rare or medium rare steak would be considered free of blood, and so kosher, and they would be allowed to eat it. It says because kosher meat is already treated to remove blood, eating raw meat such as steak tartare is also permitted. But I disagree with it, and I don't care what they say. Yeah, if I see red, I'm seeing blood. In my opinion, man, I'm sorry. All right. So I think Chance might be right on that. Once we get to a certain level of understanding, we've graduated from Torah. We now have been given freedom of Torah because we're walking Torahs. Maybe we can choose what's a sin and what's not as far as eating steak rare. But if it's a sin to someone else like me, and we go out to dinner, and you know that I don't think that's right, then you shouldn't order a rare steak and eat it in front of me, especially a beginner, somebody that don't even know what they're doing. For me, I would understand that you're exercising freedom of Torah, but for a beginner, they wouldn't understand that, and you could make them stumble, and so that comes into play too, very seriously. But go ahead, Chris.
At this point, I would say it is extremely dangerous for anyone who is a follower of Torah to be going out to dinner, to be hitting junk foods places. Like Phyllis was saying, how do you know? How do you know if it wasn't strangled? We don't. That's why it's really important that we should all have our own farms, that we should all be into agriculture so that we are growing our own food, that we are growing our own meat. I was farming. I had my farm going. I had goats, I had sheep, I had cows, chickens, gooses, the whole 9 yards. But they stole our water out here. The EPA stole our water. So it's greatly diminished my ability to be able to raise livestock. I can't even raise hay, and hay is $14 a bale. So it makes it really, really difficult for agriculture, especially where I live. I live right on the edge of the wilderness in the desert. So it makes it really tough. If you live in a fertile place, though, there is no reason why you shouldn't be able to grow your own everything. That's why it says that in Deuteronomy that we shouldn't have to borrow, but the nation should be borrowing from us because we should have plenty because we're growing our own and we're blessed. So going out to dinner is very dangerous, in my opinion. I don't eat no junk food. Going out to dinner, we get our meat from a butcher that is guaranteeing that it's raised properly, it's butchered properly, the whole nine. We're very particular about what we're consuming. That's just the point that I'm making.
Anybody else got a chance?
It's interesting we're on this topic here today. I came in, I was reading through Corinthians this morning. It says here in 10, hold on here. Corinthians 10, verse 25. You eat whatever is sold in the meat market, asking no questions because of conscience. For all the land belongs to Yahuwah and all that fills it. So right there, it kind of tells me right there, all belongs to Yahuwah. And because based on conscience, you don't ask questions. And all belongs to Yahuwah, as it says right here. You eat whatever is sold in the meat market, asking no questions because of conscience. For all the land belongs to Yahuwah and all that fills it. So, we are in a position in a nation right now where we don't have land to raise cattle and have a farm. So some of us are left to these meat markets, and Yahuwah is giving us this knowledge here to keep our conscience clean, because we've been scattered amongst the nations, So it's interesting that this came up, because I was just reading this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and I like to be real cautious on this subject, because there's a lot of beginners out there, and there's people that really uninformed, and you can make them stumble and make them mad, and then they leave and they don't learn truth. So it's better if I just shut my big fat mouth than to tell you what I really truly know to be truth, because some people don't know it, but I'm going to say something here, because it's on my heart to do it. But I just want you to see something here, right here. You see this? What if they sacrifice it to demons? What if this and what if that? And what I say to that is, so what? Are you afraid of it? Demons aren't real. Why are you afraid of something? Why are you afraid of some type of idol that they sacrificed meat to that's not real? You think they're going to hurt you? They can't hurt you, man. Look, demons and the devil's real, but idols are not. Okay, so stop acting like they can hurt you, because they cannot. If the nations were sacrificing meat on altars to their fake gods and eating it to them, drinking its blood, that's why it's forbidden. Okay. But for somebody that knows Yahuwah, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of nothing. Yahuwah's the one that created the meat and gave that meat to me for me to eat, and I'm going to eat it. I'm not going to do it in front of somebody who thinks it's bad, because I don't want you to stumble. This is explained very clearly in 1 Corinthians chapter 8. So let's go there, and then we're going to get off of this subject. 1 Corinthians chapter 8. Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Sandra. This is a serious reading here. Okay, let's be serious on this one.
First Corinthians chapter 8, verse 1. And concerning food offered to idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. Oh, so Brother Mark, let me take you a little pause there, because you asked me about that same. I'm taking a little pause there because you asked me about that same praise, and my conscience was condemning me a little bit about how I explain it.
Yeah.
So I looked it up, and it says that warns that intellectual knowledge without love creates arrogant pride, inflates, or puffs up. Love is active, self-sacrificial, strengthening, and restores others or build them up. The Greek concept denoting true wisdom measured by service, not arrogance. The key aspects of the phrases: knowledge puffs up, conceit, arrogance, and selfish pride, causing one to feel superior to others, and love builds up. And it says implies strengthening belief, emphasizing service and care of shared information. Paul is addressing the Corinthians because not to use knowledge to behave selfishly, ignoring my actions affects on a weaker believer. True maturity, not about having all the answers, but demonstrating understanding to foster love, knowledge. Without love, it is ineffective. So I kind of like say, wait a minute, this is what Brother Mark is talking about, more or less. And so that's why I want to pause and that acknowledge that I got corrected. The Lord corrected me. If anyone thinks he knows somewhat, you think you know something? He does not yet know as he should know. But if anyone loves Yahuwah, this one is known by him. So then, concerning the eating of food offered to idols, we know that an idol is no thing at all in the world, and that there is no other Yahuwah but one. For even if there are so-called mighty ones, whether in heaven or on earth, as there are many mighty ones and many masters. For us there is one Yahuwah, the Father, from whom all came and for whom we live. One Master, Yahushua Mashiach, through whom all came and through whom we live. However, not all have this knowledge. So not having knowledge, the in parentheses by the translator says lacking knowledge, they are weak. But some being aware of the idol until now eat as having been offered to an idol, so their conscience being weak is defiled. But food does not commend us to Yahuwah, for we are none the better if we eat, nor any worse for not eating. But look to it, lest somehow the right of yours become a stumbling block to those who are weak, which means in this without knowledge. For if anyone sees you who have knowledge eating in an idol's place, shall not his conscience, if he is weak, be built up to eat food offered to idols? So this weak brother, for whom Mashiach died, shall perish through your knowledge. Now sinning in this way against the brothers and wounding their weak conscience, you sin against Mashiach. Therefore, if food makes my brother stumble, I am never again going to eat meat, lest I make my brother stumble.
Okay, so there it is. Basically, it's saying if you know if you understand that meat sacrifice to idols doesn't hurt you, and you can eat it, you sit there right with them and eat it. It's not going to hurt you. But if you're weak, or if somebody's with you is weak, and they think it does, like all these different people that are on here saying stuff, then don't do it in front of them. Let them think what they want before you make them stumble. Don't do it in front of them. It's only for those who have been given the right. At least somehow this right of yours becomes a stumbling block to those who are weak. So you take your freedom of Torah and you use that knowledge to harm someone, and say, in other words, you're sitting there with somebody that's weak, and you pick up something that they know and you know was sacrificed to idols, and you know it's not going to hurt you, but they think it will, and you eat it in front of them, and you're like, I'm eating this sacrifice, and then you're causing them to stumble. You're sinning. You can't do that. You can't use your knowledge to harm other people with. But if nobody's there and you've been invited in to eat meat, and they say, yeah, we sacrifice that to whoever, okay, and you say, oh, I don't care. Yahuwah's the one that gave me this meat to eat, and I'm going to eat it because your idol ain't even real, dude. It ain't going to hurt me. And you eat it, it's no big deal. That's what this is talking about. So it all depends on the knowledge, the level where Yahuwah is taking you to, what you can do and what you can't do. But you can't use your knowledge to harm somebody else. Personally, there's no idol on this planet I'm afraid of. Not one. They're not real. I'm not afraid of them at all. But if you're fearful of them, then you're allowing a demon to take charge of that idol and respond to the name of that idol and hurt you because you're fearing it. That's the big difference. And I don't like to get too deep into this subject because there's a lot of people out there that are weak, just like chapter 8 here talks about. And I don't want nobody to stumble because of my big mouth or my knowledge. So I'd prefer to get off of this subject. Chris, you got something you want to say?
Just one more thing and then we can move on. And I don't want to cause a stumbling block for anybody, and I don't want to freak anybody out or cause any kind of issues here. But in this day and age, we are dealing with things that are highly detrimental to us. The use of bioengineering and the use of the RMNA that they are giving to these animals now, and that they are giving to the chickens so that the chickens are producing RMNA eggs. We have to deal with that. We have to understand that these are chemicals that are man-made that can change our DNA and make us not human anymore. So we have to be aware of those things, and we have to really watch out for those things. Sure, you can go ahead and bless it and it'll be clean for you. I understand. But these are things that can change our DNA and make us not human anymore. So it's just something that I feel that we should all be aware of and be conscious of and watch for. Because when you read your labels at the stores, there's all kinds of things that are bioengineered. And if you look that up, bioengineering has to use aborted baby body parts to enhance the flavoring of the food. Pepsi has it right on their website, 14 different junk foods. So these are things that we need to be aware of in what we are putting into our body. And then I'm just going to leave it at that and we can move on. I just wanted to talk about that.
Okay. Chance, go ahead.
To continue what Sandra was reading here, it says, if any unbeliever invites you and you desire to go eat wherever it is, if any unbelievers invite you and you desire to go and eat whatever is set before you, asking no question on account of consciousness. And if anyone says to you, this was offered to idols, do not eat it because of the one pointing it out to you, and on account of consciousness, for the eretz belongs to Yahuwah and all that fills it. So it kind of it seems like this consciousness is a big deal, you know, being seared in your conscience behind some of this stuff. Some of us might end up going over to a family member's house and all that family stands up and prays to their food in the name of Jesus. Do you eat it? You know, that's something to think about. You know, it's
I will. I'll eat it because I don't really care. You know, I put all my trust in you, not in the J-Man or idols. I don't really care.
I was faced with this. I was personally faced with this, and I just couldn't bring myself to sit at that table.
I don't see any problem with it as long as your belief is strong enough. If it's not, then don't eat it.
Yeah, I didn't.
Don't do it because I will. You know what I'm saying? You do it according to how you feel and what your mind's telling you.
I couldn't eat it. I couldn't eat it.
I'm not talking about pig meat.
Yeah.
You know, if they're serving you ham and mice tails, then don't eat it, man. You know you're not supposed to eat that stuff, right?
Cut it out. That's too much. The mice tails? Oh man, you did it again.
Speedy said put some ketchup.
I was hungry. You got me there. I was hungry. Forget it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to me it doesn't mean it's nothing, but to you it may be, so don't do it. If I was with you with your family and they did that and you said I'm not going to eat that because they did that to J-Man, I'd sit there and say, okay, listen, I'd eat it. I would, seriously, you know. But if I was at some friend's house and they did that, I'd eat it. As long as nobody was there that wouldn't cause them to stumble. It's nothing to me, man. It means nothing. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just wondering, it's a scripture that said that there was no weapon formed against us that would prosper. So I don't care what they're putting in the food and stuff. I got to remember that Yahuwah is greater than all of that, even Hashatan and all the world. Because remember when they was questioning Yahusha about the washing of the hands, which was a tradition of man, he said that goes into your body does not defile your body. Most likely he's talking about the Ruach person. But he said that comes out of your heart, evil reasonings, this, that, and the other, those are the things that will defile you. The foods that you eat, the drinks that you drink, they're going to pass through the drought and go to the sewer. So that's why we can't. And when we fear those things, we're putting them things above Yahuwah. We're becoming idolatry. But I really raised my hand because you asked the question of what is divination. And divination is when you are communicating with demons, as well as it says in 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 23. It says, for rebellion is as the sin of divination, and stubbornness is as wickedness and adultery, because you have rejected the word of Yahuwah. He also does reject you as sovereign. So anytime we go opposite his word, we're in rebellion and we're practicing divination.
Yeah.
If it says,
Yeah, divination for the most part is trying to find out about the future by using demons and spirits and stuff, like tarot cards and fortune telling, palm reading, that kind of garbage. That's what it's mostly about, but it extends out. Yeah, you're right, Sandra. Go ahead, Ross.
Getting back to the food, I always just pray over my stuff, and let them do whatever that they want to do.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. As long as it's not forbidden, like I said, it's not pork chops or mice tails. I'll eat it. There's no demon. Demons ain't got no power. Idols definitely don't have any power. I'm not afraid of an idol at all, not even the slightest. All right. So anybody else got anything on this? Okay, let's get back to where we were at. Where were we at? I lost track now. Who was reading? I don't even remember who was reading. Did Joe just finish reading 19? Is that what happened? I think it was.
Yes.
Okay, so 19, social law or social set apartness rules. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember where we're at now. And so then it goes on to say, do not round the corner of your head. That means like wearing a mohawk or a round hair on your head and bald all the way around, this type of stuff. The nations were doing that. That's why you're not allowed to do it. That's what the nations did. And then destroy the corner of your beard. That pretty much is speaking of goatees, mustaches, and long sideburns, this type of styling, because that's what the nations did. And so Yahuwah wanted his people to have full beards. There's nothing about the length. And so I would say that short or long, it doesn't matter as long as it's a full beard. Now, with that said, I have some friends that can't grow beards for whatever reason. And so in this case, they're exempt. If you can't grow a beard, Yahuwah made you that way, I would say you're exempt from that. But if you can grow a beard, it needs to be a full beard. So mustaches, goatees, sideburns, things like that don't count. It has to be a full beard, whether long or short, okay? Because that's what the nations did. So we're not allowed to do it. And let's see. No. Goes down, starts speaking about imperfections here and defects, stuff like that. I don't really want to get into that too much. That's about all I got. There's anybody got any any other questions, comments, thoughts on that chapter? 19. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I skipped over to a different page. Cuttings in your flesh for the dead. You're not allowed to do that to mourn the dead or any other reason, really. And tattoo marks. You're not allowed to have tattoos. If you had put tattoos on before you knew that, such as I did, then it would be unintentional, and therefore you could be forgiven of that. But after you understand that and you know that you shouldn't do it, then you should not get any more tattoos. Cuttings are definitely not allowed. Unfortunately, we have people doing that nowadays, piercing, a lot of body piercings, cutting themselves, tattooing themselves. This kind of weird stuff is not allowed. So if you've been doing that, stop doing that. Don't do it anymore. All the stuff you did prior to that can be forgiven. Don't profane your daughter by making her a whore. I mean, don't sell your children, your daughter out to men type thing. 30, guard my Shabbats and reference my set apart place, which is Jerusalem. Don't turn to mediums and do not seek after spiritualists to be defiled by them. What's that? What are those things? Mediums and spiritists. Go ahead, Ross.
They speak to supposedly the dead, but it's a demon speaking to them. So that's what it is with for a medium or a tarot card reader or any of those.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a hypnotist as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anybody got any
Does that
questions?
include mind reading?
My
people that come
question
to read
that I
mind?
actually raised my hand up for was they have on that part about not making your daughters be whores, but yet in 2 instances they've offered their daughters up for the crowds to have their way with them. So I don't understand that. I don't know if that's added in there or if that's, but that's twice that, Lot's daughters were offered up. And then there was another instance and I can't think. But then on the other hand, Dinah was raped, and she was they not protected her, but they defended her honor by killing those people. So it's like, which way do they go?
Well,
That's what I don't understand.
They actually lost their inheritance rights. But as far as the, yeah, they did. Yeah, it did, man. But the one you're talking about, Lot, okay, he didn't offer up his daughters as a whore to make money off of her. He offered her them daughters up to keep them from defiling, raping his who he saw as his guests that he invited in his home.
Yeah, but still, that's giving the daughters up and them having to be raped. That's what I don't understand. That's what's kind of bothered me. Well, not just kind of, it's been a lot. That it every time I read something like that and a woman or young woman is offered up, then it's like a double standard. Just putting it out there.
It's he was doing that to protect his guests, who he. Well, you got to see.
He was trying to stop them from laying with the men. He was trying to stop perversion, is why he did that. And then with Simeon and and Louis, what happened was when they came out of the ark, he told them not to spill man's blood. And at that time, he gave them permission to begin to eat meat. And he said that was like
Can you
sin.
reset? I think I lost.
What?
Okay.
Can you reset? I can't hear anything, or do I need to leave and come back?
You can't hear us talking?
I can hear you, but I couldn't hear Sandra.
Sandra, you're just coming out a little bit blurry, like you're sitting back.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me a little bit better now?
I can't hear anything with her.
Let me see.
I can hear her.
Do you want me to go out and come back?
What about now?
Can you hear her now?
Mm-mm.
Can I say something?
Let me go out and come back.
I have trouble. Before you go, Roz, I just wanted to say I cannot hear when Brother Chris talks, and I couldn't hear when Brother Chance was talking, but I could hear everybody else.
There's something weird going on. I don't know. I refreshed. Let me go refresh. I'll be right back. All right. How's that now?
I can hear you. I could hear you fine. I just couldn't hear Sandra.
Say something,
Can you
Sandra.
hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a big
So
thing.
I'm going to
hear
finish.
Roz.
Go ahead, Sandra, what you were saying.
I was going to finish regarding Louis and Simeon. They took vengeance upon themselves.
Hear us.
Is why he told them. That's why Yaqub said, "You done brought blood up on my hand," because after they had came out of the ark, the animals were responsible for spilling man's blood, and man was responsible for not spilling one another's blood. So that's what he said. It was the same thing as goring an ox or something like that. In other words, you did this to satisfy your flesh. You took vengeance upon yourself, even though he had raped their sister. They used deceit and told them. I mean, they planned it. It's almost like when Dawood took Bathsheba, he planned Uriah's murder. He added sin to sin. So Yahuwah said, "Vengeance is mine; I shall repay." And that's where that came in that situation. But they didn't offer their daughter for a whore. That's why, right, might be the difference, Sister Rod. I don't see anyone in the scriptures that offered their daughter as a whore. Even Jephthah, he told Yahuwah, if I win this battle in the book of Judges, he said, "Whatever my eye behold, when I come, I will, if you let me win this battle, I will give unto you." And his daughter was a virgin, and he gave it unto her. That's sort of like the bride, a little bit of the bride in that spiritually. But anyway, he made a vow to Yahuwah, and he honored it.
Okay. Let's give Chris a chance. He's
sorry.
I'm just going to add on to what y'all are saying. When Lot was approached by the small m messengers of Yah, he knew that they were angels. He also knew that if he offered up his daughters, the Sodomites weren't going to go that way because they were Sodomites. If you read about the nasty things that they did in Sodom and Gomorrah, if you were a stranger in the land and you were trying to stay the night in the streets, they would tie you to a bed and do all kinds of horrible things to you. They were absolutely terrible. So Lot knew that they weren't going to accept his daughters. They were virgins in the city. How rare is that in a Sodomite city, you know? So he kind of knew what he was doing there, and he knew that those were angels. And with Levi and Simeon, when you read the blessing of Yaakov upon his sons right before his death, he doesn't take away their inheritance. he separates them because he says, these two boys are trouble when they're together, and we got to keep them separated. But Levi was not taken away his inheritance. He was still the priest, the high priest of all the priesthood. But Simon and Levi were separated. If you read that, because it goes into depth when you read all the blessings of Yaakov upon his sons. It just says, keep these boys apart because they're trouble. So I guess it's how you interpret it. But that's how I interpret it, and especially after reading it through in Jubilees and Yasher. When you read it through Yasher, it's pretty in depth. Even though Yasher is a side book, it's not considered scripture. It's really a lot more in depth of according what was going on there and the blessings of Yaakov upon his sons. It's pretty interesting. It also explains how we, the Gentiles, are Ephraim. It's pretty interesting because we are Ephraim. We are grafted into the tree through the blood of Yahusha, and we represent Ephraim. Dan is gone. But it's kind of interesting. The 144,000 are the tribes of the children of Israel above Ephraim. Because if you read in Revelations, Ephraim and Dan are not mentioned amongst the 144,000 because the Gentiles aren't included in that because we're not a guarantee. It's those of us who decide to follow that are in the tribe of Ephraim. I don't know. What do you guys think about all that? That's just how I see it.
But Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim become one, meaning that they go back. Joseph comes in and they become together instead of, it's two portions in one. And then Dan is mentioned in Revelation. He comes back. We just had that a couple of weeks ago.
In Revelation, Dan's gone
because
because
Dan
he's
is
a serpent.
included in Manasseh. Because Dan is included as part of Manasseh because Manasseh took Dan's land when the Philistines took him away and they had to flee up to northern upper
Yeah. Read Ezekiel 40 through 48. You'll see Dan's included in the millennium reign.
Dan
Yeah.
and Ephraim were where the two cabs were located when
Okay,
Jeroboam.
let's not go there.
Okay, it's just a question going through my head.
I know, but I need to really go back to where we were at.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry to distract everybody.
We're losing a lot of study time here, and I need to get through a little bit because here today it's been over 4 hours. I'm not being mean. We need to get back on track. But yeah, we've already done that study well beyond that now. But if you would like to stick after the show, when we're off here, I'll spend time with you if you want. But right now, let's get back in this. Leviticus, and I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Okay. 19. All right. So 31, the mediums, the spiritists. And then 32, I find interesting. As I'm sure so does Phyllis and Chris, and that rise up before the gray-headed. So basically, respect your elders, and you shall favor the face of an old man and shall fear your Elohim. Very interesting. We see a lack of respect for the elderly nowadays, and frightening when you see young people jumping on an older person and beating them up, out on the streets. Like, what? Why would you do something like that, But anyways, who forbids the being disrespectful to the gray-headed? And then it goes on and look at 34. Wow. Let the stranger who dwells among you be to you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For you are strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. Look at that. So if a Gentile comes in, you're supposed to love him and treat him as he's the same as you are. So that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, doesn't it? And 36, having right scales, right weights. write off and all that. That's commerce. That means being, treating your customers fair. Don't try to rip anybody off, shortchange them or whatever. Don't cheat on your commerce. And you shall guard all my laws and all my right rules and do them. I am Yahuwah. Any thoughts, comments, questions on 19? Sandra.
I would just like to read Mashal, which is Proverbs 30, verse 11. It says, there is a generation that crushes its father, does not bless its mother. There's a generation clean in its own eyes, but not washed from its own filth. There's a generation, oh how haughty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. There's a generation whose teeth are swords, and whose jaw teeth are knives, to devour the poor from off the wretch, and the needy from among men. We're living in that time today.
Mm-hmm. It sure seems to be. All right. Who wants to read chapter 20? Chapter 20 is like the penalties for sin, basically. Who would like to read that one? Was that you, Phyllis? Did you raise your hand, Phyllis?
If I don't get out of breath, I'll read.
Get out of breath. I'll take over.
Okay. Uyiqara, Leviticus chapter 20. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, say to the children of Israel, any man of the children of Israel or of the strangers who sojourn in Israel, who gives any of his offspring to Molech, shall certainly be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I shall set my face against that man, and shall cut him off from the midst of his people, because he has given of his offspring to Molech, so as to defile my set apart place and to profane my set apart name. And if the people of the land at all hide their eyes from the man, as he gives any of his offspring to Molech, and they do not kill him, then I shall set my face against that man and against his clan, and shall cut him off. And all who go whoring after him, even go whoring after Molech, from the midst of their people, and the being who turns to mediums and to spiritists to go whoring after them, I shall set my face against that being and cut him off from the midst of his people. And you shall set yourselves apart and shall be set apart. For I am Yahuwah your Elohim, and you shall guard my laws and do them. I am Yahuwah who sets you apart. For everyone who curses his father or his mother shall certainly be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood is on him. And a man who breaks wedlock with the Asha of another man, who breaks wedlock with the Asha of his neighbors, the adulterers and the adulteresses, shall certainly be put to death. And a man who lies with the Asha of his father has uncovered the nakedness of his father. Both of them shall certainly be put to death. Their blood is upon them. And a man who lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall certainly be put to death. They have made confusion. Their blood is upon them. And a man who lies with a male as he lies with an Asha, both of them have done an abomination. They shall certainly be put to death. Their blood is upon them. And a man who marries an Asha and her mother, it is wickedness. They are burned with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness in your midst. And a man who has intercourse with a beast, he shall certainly be put to death, and the beast you kill. And an Asha who approaches any beast, makes with it You shall kill the Asha and the beast. They shall certainly be put to death. Their blood is upon them. And a man who takes his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness, and she sees his nakedness, it is wickedness, and they shall be cut off before the eyes of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he bears his crookedness. And a man who lies with an Asha during her sickness and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow, and she has uncovered the flow of her blood. Both of them shall be cut off from the midst of their people. And do not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for that is laying bare one's own flesh. They bear their crookedness. And a man who lies with his uncle's Asha, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They bear their sin. They die childless. And a man who takes his brother's Asha, it is uncleanness. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They are childless. And you shall guard all my laws and all my right rulings, and do them, so that the land where I am bringing you to dwell does not vomit you out. And do not walk in the laws of the nation, which I am driving out before you. For they do all these, and so I loathe them. But I say to you, you are going to possess their land, and I myself give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who has separated you from the peoples. And you shall make a distinction between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean birds and clean, and do not make yourselves abominable by beast or by bird, or whatever creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be set apart to me, for I, Yahuwah, am Kodesh, and have separated you from the peoples to be mine. And a man or an Asha in whom there is a medium, or who are spiritists, shall certainly be put to death. They are to stone them with stones. Their blood is upon them.
All right, you made it. Thank you, Phyllis.
All esteem to Yahusha.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, I would label this one penalties for sin. And so I don't know. Spiritist, I think, would probably be, I don't know, maybe involved in reincarnation, believing in reincarnation, or spirits like demons that are immortal, trying to communicate with spiritual beings, that type of stuff. Of course, yeah, reincarnation would be part of that. And medium would be more like trying to communicate with spirits of the dead, the deceased. So they're trying to open up communication channels or portals, or some type of bridging the gap, if you will, between the physical and the spiritual worlds. And mostly we see this done through psychics. Things like that. So doesn't sound like Yahuwah likes that type of that behavior. So he's saying that be certainly be put to death and be stoned to death, and their own blood will be on them. So he mentions it several times here. So yeah, I think those are two things we should avoid really quite a bit. Go ahead, Chris.
Right now in the United States, it is reported that there are covens of witches all over this country. These young girls are all wrapped up in this witch stuff with these rock stars, and these false idols have led them into damnation through the use of witchcraft. And we have to be extremely knowledgeable of this stuff, not to stay away from it, keep our kids out of it. I know in the area of Colorado that we live in, it's prevalent. It's all over the place around here, and you really have to watch it. They've even got them going into the schools, spreading literature throughout the schools.
Yeah.
So it's really prevalent.
Yeah. It is all over the place now. It's getting worse and worse, actually. Go ahead, Ross.
Pennsylvania too. They're self-proclaimed over there, male and female. So it's a lot of it, and one could trace his lineage all the way back to Sarah, the one that was on the burned. So there's and they call themselves white witches, which that's supposedly good. And then also I've known somebody that was, when I was in the shelter, a green witch. And I said, but it's all the same. Oh, no, it's not the same. I said, but but it's not with you. Oh, I know his name, but it's not the same. It's not the same as the other. I said, but it is. And you just can't tell them and then believe it, because they don't want to believe that they are not good, by doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. These mediums and spiritists jump out here at me in this chapter. That we need to stay apart from that. I would include astrology, even, horoscopes and stuff into that.
Yeah.
I'd be real careful with that stuff too. But one thing I noticed here was that, he kept on saying they'll be put to death. The punishment penalty was death, 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 until we get all the way down to I think around 17 there or somewhere. Yeah, they started saying they'll be cut off, cut off, and cut off. So there's definitely a distinction between death and cut off. You see it? How it switches from death penalty to death, 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 cut off, cut off, cut off. And then it even goes down to and their blood will be on them and stuff like that, where their transgression will be on them. So it even goes to a different level of penalty here. So I'm like seeing at least 3 different levels of penalties for sin. I just wanted to point that out. And then down in 23, it says, and do not walk in the laws of the nations, which I am driving out before you, for they do all these things. So I loathe them. And so you can see there, if they did it, he doesn't want you to do it.
Mark, so it's cut off and death. And what's the third one?
It was their penalty is on their head or something like that. Where was that at?
Blood on their hands.
Yeah, blood.
So that's the third one.
Blood is on them. No. Where is it? It was I saw it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. He has up in 17. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness. He bears his crookedness. See that?
So that's the third one.
Yeah. So to me that means he's a sinner. Is what I'm gathering from that. So he'll be known as a sinner, in other words. See what I mean? So one penalty is death, one penalty is cut off, the other penalty is he'll be known as being a sinner. Okay, we read that several times. It's in here several places.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I can't find the other ones. I know I saw it several times, but that's one place anyway. Okay, so anyway, there seems to be different levels of penalties here for sin. That's what I'm saying. And then I found it interesting in 25 where it said, and you shall make a distinction between clean beast and unclean, and between unclean birds and clean, and do not make yourself abominable by beast or bird. Going back, I think, to the dietary laws, at least suggesting them. And 13, I think, is very clear. And a man who lies with a male as he lies with a woman, both of them have done an abomination. They shall certainly be put to death. Their blood is upon them. And a man who marries an Asha and her mother, and so a woman and her daughter, that's wickedness. And they are to be burned with fire. The man and the mother and the daughter, that there will be no wickedness in your midst. And then bestiality, of course, is wickedness, and the penalty was death. So this speaks of I would think, the hang on a second, what? Severe punishment for breaking the laws that were given already in 18 and 19. And you can see here that this obviously is including idolatry and these sexual violations. Okay, so what was prohibited in incest, adultery, homosexuality, bestiality up in chapter 8, remember? And so here's the penalties for them, in which most of it is death. This outlines the severe penalties for breaking those laws and that we read in chapter 18 and 19. And so I would label this the penalties for sin. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, well, Sandra, go ahead.
I was kind of wondering, it was coming to my mind regarding the penalty of death and the different. It's a lot of. In other words, the procedures that he had given them were given as to what they could be forgiven for, and we know that when somebody first dies, they just really are falling asleep. But I think he's referencing to that second death here, that total annihilation, the lake of fire, total destruction is what he's alluring to on these penalties. In other words, these, he says there's only one only thing that can't be forgiven in our day is the blasphemy of the Ruach Kadesh. But these other sins, the blood of Yahusha covers us. If we believe in that blood, it covers us so that we don't have to suffer the penalty of death. So this is sort of like a little prophecy at the same time, training for that.
Yeah, but if we go to, let's just say Revelations 21:8.
Okay.
I mean, there's another subject we could spend a lot of time on, but Revelations 21:8 list gives us a list. But as for the cowardly and the untrustworthy and abominable and the murderers and those who whore and drug sorcerers and annihilators and all the false, their part is in the lake of fire, which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. And look at 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 6. 9. Do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the reign of Yahuwah? Do not be deceived, neither those who whore, idolaters, adulterers, infamites, homosexuals, thieves, greedy of gain, drunkards, revelers, swindlers shall inherit the reign. You know, you can go on and on and on, right? Revelations 22, 15 talks about murderers, idolaters, dogs, all those who are outside the city that won't inherit, all who love and do falsehood. And so we have to stop and think about, okay, so all these things were given a penalty, the sin and the penalty is death or being cut off, and nobody can come into the reign that does these things. So what does that mean? Who is that talking to? Well, it's not talking to those who have been reborn. It's talking to those who have not ever repented, which all of us were. We're all in the same group till we confessed and repented and were reborn, entered into the everlasting covenant. Now it no longer pertains to us because we're not of them anymore. But we were. See what I'm saying? So there's a fine line. You always got to look at it. That's the people before that were, have never repented, and then the people who have repented and have been born again and entered into the everlasting covenant. Okay, two different groups. See what I'm saying? So you got to see where that line is.
I understand what you're saying. So this is sort of like, because during this time, forgiveness and repentance hadn't even been established yet until the 4,000 millennium, and they were during the time from the first to the 3,000 millennium. During this time when he was giving them like a type or a foreshadow of what would come after his first coming.
Right.
Okay, so I understand the difference now. What you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
A lot of these laws that are having to do with stoning people outside the gates, they're twofold. You have to look at them that they're twofold. Okay, first of all, if it says it's an abomination to Yah, Yah cannot stand that. It is an abomination. So these things have to be dealt with death. Get rid of it. Get it out of the community. We don't want anybody being influenced by it. Second fold, if somebody commits one of these and ends up everybody outside the gates stoning this person, the next person's going to think about it. And they're going to think to themselves, geez, maybe I shouldn't do those things. It kind of reminds me of the Torah against a son that won't behave. Okay? You got a son that's unruly, that won't behave. You take him to the tribal leaders, you take him to the head priest. They take him outside the gates and stone him till he's dead. That's going to only happen one time in that town. Towns are not big. It's only going to happen one time. After everybody else sees that, then it is a deterrent, because if a kid is acting up and their parents go, listen, you don't knock it off, we're going to take you to the high priest and have you stoned outside. They're going to knock it off. Same thing with these laws. Our laws are so soft. Our country's laws always go towards the criminal. They don't have any, there's two tiers of justice in this country. If they had these laws, if we all followed Torah, then they would be less criminals, because people would understand, I'm going to get stoned for this. I'm going to get myself killed, and everybody in town is going to participate in it. So it's a deterrent, in my opinion, as how I see it. Not only that, but it's an abomination. Yah says it's an abomination. Get rid of it. Cleanse it out of your society. Get it out of there. That's how I see it.
Yeah, don't forget here. We can't forget that these people were saturated in sin, and there was no way out for them, like Sandra was saying. Yahushua had not come yet. Okay. And so this was the establishment not only of the Torah, but for these people to see where they were at in life, man. Hey, you're in darkness. Look at all this. I bet you can't do it all. And of course they couldn't. They were all heading for the lake of fire, man. right? Because why was the Torah given? The Torah was given because of transgression. Okay, so don't forget, we're in early developments here. You know, we've come out at Mitzrayim with these people. We've seen the them doing getting the commission to build the tabernacle, the donations, the building of it, putting it all together. You know, and starting to implement it all. And then this is all the early fundamental happenings of the Torah, of what's going on. We're still in the early stages here. It just went from explaining to them what to do with the rituals, and then they did it for the first time. Now he's explaining to them the difference from going from the ritual laws over into your conduct of living laws. So don't forget that. This is all developing. It's in the development stages here. People seem not to understand that. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? So yeah, he's showing them the seriousness of their crimes. In this chapter, they're seeing the penalty for them, and they're serious penalties, man. They're not slap on the wrist penalties. These are, we're gonna stone you to death penalties. So he's trying to show them the severeness of their actions and what happens. Still way in the development stages here. Okay. All right, we're into chapter 21 now. Who wants to read that one? Go ahead, June.
And Yahuwah said to Moshe, speak to the priest, the son of Aharon, and say to them, no one is to be defiled for the dead among his people, except for his relatives who are nearest to him, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his maiden sister who is near to him, who has had no husband, for her he is defiled. A leader does not defile himself among his people to profane himself. They do not make any bald place on their heads, and they do not shave the corner of their beard, and they do not make a cutting in their flesh. They are set apart to their Elohim and do not profane the name of their Elohim, for they bring the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire and the bread for their Elohim, and shall be set apart. They do not take an Asha who is a whore or a defiled Asha, and they do not take an Asha put away from her husband, for he is set apart to his Elohim. And you shall set him apart, for he brings the bread of your Elohim. He is Kodesh to you. For I, Yahuwah, setting you apart, am set apart. And when the daughter of any priest profanes herself by whoring, she profanes her father. She is burned with fire. And the high priest among his brothers, on whose head the anointing oil was poured, and who is established to wear the garments, does not unbind his head, nor tear his garments, nor come near any dead body, nor defile himself for his father or his mother, nor go out of the set apart place, nor profane the set apart place of his Elohim, for the sign of dedication of the anointing oil of his Elohim is upon him. I am Yahuwah. And let him take an Asha in her maidenhood, a widow or one put away, or a defiled Asha or a whore. These he does not take. But a maiden of his own people he does take as an asha. And he does not profane his offspring among his people. For I am Yahuwah, who set him apart. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, Speak to Aharon, saying, No man of your offspring throughout your generations who has any defect is to draw near to bring the bread of his Elohim. For any man who has a defect is not to draw near. A man blind, or one lame, or disfigured, or deformed, a man who has a broken foot, or broken hand, or is a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man who has a defect in his eye, or eczema, or scab, or is a eunuch. No man among the offspring of Aharon the priest who has a defect is to come near to bring the offerings made by fire to Yahuwah. He has a defect. He does not come near to bring the bread of his Elohim. He does eat the bread of his Elohim, both the most set apart and the set apart. Only he does not go near the veil or approach the altar, because he has a defect, lest he profanes my set apart places. For I am Yahuwah, who sets them apart. Thus Musa spoke to Aaron and his sons and to all the children of Israel.
Okay, so I would we could see that this is pertaining to priests. So I would say this. I would call this one the priestly set apartness. Priestly laws, or the priestly set apartness laws. It's not. There's not a whole lot jumping out here for me to talk about, other than I find the defects interesting. That if you even have a broken foot or a broken hand or anything wrong, it seems you cannot come near to bring the bread of his Elohim. So very interesting. Pertaining to the priests only, really. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Anybody, anything jumping out at anybody? Sandra, go ahead, man.
So based on what you're saying, this is sort of like why Yahusha is cleaning us up so that we don't have any spot, blemish, or wrinkle, or any such thing. This is part of what this is talking about, because when we get born again and we're covered in his blood, then we become perfect before him. We become maidens again. You could talk about in Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting from that. What you just basically what you're saying, that just came to my mind.
Now, spiritually, the spiritual foreshadowing, for sure. Interesting, isn't it? It makes me stop, and sometimes I wonder. I say, "Well, Yahuwah made them that way, so why doesn't?" You know what I mean? But the reason he did was because he wanted to distinguish between, the clean, the unclean, the perfect and the defect, and so he wanted to show it, that there was a difference there, for whatever reason, whatever pleased him, Anybody? Any other one? Thoughts, comments, questions? Phyllis?
I was just pondering what you just said, and I was relating back to how the animals for sacrifice to Yahuwah had to be perfect with no blemish, and all of that pointed to Yahusha being perfect with no blemish. And to be perfect is seems to be the goal of the Torah.
It really does. Yeah, it definitely pointing towards the perfection of the Lamb of Yahuwah for sure. The importance of the perfection, maybe to show what he did. I mean, the depthness of what he actually did by having to fulfill all these perfection laws, of the universe or whatever. But yeah, we can see that from carrying over from the animals to the humans now, the same thing. So there was no animals could be defects, and neither can any humans. And of course, we all know that really there was none. There was no perfect animal or perfect human other than Yahusha. He's the only perfect one. And so maybe this was so that we could all see how severely we needed a perfect deliverer, because there was no help from any other place. Nothing else was perfect but him. And so how badly we need him. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Anybody else? Chris, go ahead, man.
To those that say that we shouldn't follow Torah because we can't follow it perfectly, we're imperfect. We're broken people. We follow it to the best of our broken ability. There was only one that was perfect, Yahusha. That was it. And he was the ultimate sacrifice to atone for our sins because he was perfect. He followed Torah perfectly. We're not able to do that. They say, oh, there's so many Torahs. I don't know if we can follow all those Torahs. Only about half of the Torah applies to all of us. A lot of them are for the priests, and there's different aspects of the society that a lot of these laws apply to. Think about this. There's over 4 million laws in this country. Okay, 4 million laws in this country as of this point. There's more every day. There's only about 300 and some odd laws that we need to follow in the Torah, which would everybody rather follow. And if you go to court and you say that you're not aware of the law, whatever it is, they tell you it's not an excuse. I'd rather follow Yah's law than follow man's law. It's a lot less complicated. The yoke is a lot lighter. So in looking at these, I just don't see it as being burdensome. I see it as being awesome, actually, because it is a purity thing. Yah wants us to be awesome. He wants us to be pure. He wants us to love him and follow him and do. A lot of these purity laws are to keep the camp clean. Where they're taking the red heifer and they're burning the red heifer. That's to make soap so that they can wash the inside of the tent of the appointment and wash all the holy things. And a lot of this stuff is about keeping clean. And he wants us to be clean as well and be perfect as much as we are able to. So that's how I see it. A lot of these laws that apply to the priests, we need to know about them, but we don't really have to be super concerned over it. What do y'all think?
Well, it's definitely foreshadowing us because we are priests. The chosen are the priests and kings. That's what Israel is. Israel means rulers with Yah, or kings and priests to Yahuwah. So now we're the priests. So again, there's a literal and there's a spiritual meaning behind most of this. Most of this is foreshadowing. But like I said, this is in the early development stages. We've got to remember that. They haven't even crossed over the Jordan yet. Go ahead, Sandra.
This is not in relation to Brother Chris' question. I was thinking about what you and Sister Phyllis were saying about this is like showing his greatness, his excellence, and Yahuwah's splendor, because it was Yahuwah who clothed himself in that fleshly body and gifted Yeshua to us to get a perfect blood that would deliver us from the penalty of death of what our sins deserved. So it's really showing his greatness and his love, because love is the fulfillment of the Torah. And when you are born again, which is the greatest mystery in all of Scripture, under the renewed covenant, we become, Yahusha comes in and lives with us, within us, and through the Ruach Kadesh, our water immersion represents dying to the flesh, and now we walk according to the Spirit in the mind of Yahusha, enabling us to be obedient as he was obedient. So whom we yield our members, servants to obey, whose servant we are. So we no longer serve our flesh, the lust of our eyes, the lust of our flesh, and the pride of our life. We now serve the word. We're doing the word inwardly because we are now his mishkan is our. But I'm just thinking about, it's a scripture that says, great is Yahuwah and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. So this scripture is letting us know of his excellence and the secret of really reverencing him by being those doers and living epistles. We know it's no longer Sandra, but it's the Yahusha that dwells in me that we walk and portray for one another. But I'm thinking about that greatness, that love. I mean, greater love had no man than he laid down his life for his friend. And it says the brother was born for adversity. And that's what Yahusha did for us in the 4,000 millennium when that first coming was fulfilled. And this is just really so amazing. He's preparing them. He knows their flesh. He already knows they're not going to be able to obey all those laws, but yet he's preparing them to learn how to truly worship him in Ruach and in truth. Hallelujah. This is magnificent. I never really looked at this chapter. I've read it many times, but now I'm like, whoa, this is powerful.
All right, who wants to take us into the last chapter of the day, chapter 22? Joe. Okay, so this is just a continuation of the priestly laws or priestly set apartness. It continues right off chapter 21. Okay, so nothing different here, just continuation. Go ahead, Joe.
Chapter 22. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, that they separate themselves from the Kodesh offerings of the children of Israel, and that they do not profane my set-apart name in what they set apart to me. I am Yahuwah. Say to them, any man of all your offspring throughout your generations who draws near the set-apart offerings which the children of Israel set apart to Yahuwah, while he has uncleanness upon him, that being shall be cut off from before me. I am Yahuwah. Any man of the offspring of Aaron who is a leper or has a discharge does not eat the set-apart offerings until he is clean. And whoever touches what is rendered unclean by a corpse, or a man who has an emission of semen, or a man who touches any creeping creature by which he would be made unclean, or any being by whom he would become unclean, even any of his uncleanliness, the being who has touched it shall be unclean until evening, and does not eat the set-apart offerings, but shall bathe his body in water. And when the sun goes down, he shall be clean, and afterward eat the set-apart offerings, because it is his food. He does not eat that which dies or is torn, becoming unclean by it. I am Yahuwah, and they shall guard my charge, lest they bear sin for it and die thereby, when they profane it. I, Yahuwah, set them apart. And no stranger eats the set-apart offering. A sojourner with a priest or a hired servant does not eat the set-apart offering. But when the priest buys a being with his money, he does eat of it. And one who is born in his house does eat his food. And when a priest's daughter is married to a stranger, she does not eat of the set-apart offerings. But when a priest's daughter is a widow or put away and has no child, and has returned to her father's house as in her youth, she does eat her father's food, but no stranger eats of it. And when a man eats the set-apart offering by mistake, then he shall give a set-apart offering to the priest and add 1/5 to it. And let the priests not profane the set-apart offerings of their children of Israel, which they lift up to Yahuwah, or allow them to bear the crookedness of trespass when they eat their set-apart offerings. For I am Yahuwah, who sets them apart. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, Any man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers of Israel, who brings his offering for any of his vows, or for any of his voluntary offerings, which they bring to Yahuwah as a burnt offering, for your acceptance is a male, a perfect one from the cattle, from the sheep, or from the goats. Whatever has a defect, you do not bring, for it is not acceptable for you. And when a man brings a peace offering to Yahuwah to complete a vow, a voluntary offering from the cattle or the sheep, it is to be perfect, to be accepted. Let there be no defect in it. Those blind or broken or having a cut or have an ulcer or eczema or scabs, you do not bring to Yahuwah, nor make an offering by fire of them on the altar to Yahuwah. As for a bull or a lamb that has any limb deformed or dwarfed, you do prepare as a voluntary offering, but for a vow it is not accepted. Do not bring to Yahuwah what is bruised or crushed or torn or cut, nor do it in your land. And from a son of a stranger's hand, you do not bring any of these as the bread of your Elohim, for their corruption is in them, and defects are in them. They are not acceptable for you. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, When a bull or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall be 7 yaman with its mother. And from the 8th yom and thereafter, it is acceptable as an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. But do not slaughter a cow or a sheep and its young on the same yom. And when you bring a slaughtering of thanksgiving to Yahuwah, bring it for your acceptance. It is eaten that same yom. Leave none of it till morning. I am Yahuwah. And you shall guard my commands and do them. I am Yahuwah. And do not distort my set apart name. And I shall be set apart among the children of Israel. I am Yahuwah, who sets you apart, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, and be your Elohim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yes.
All right, man. So that's the end of today's study. So we're going to save, 23, which goes into the appointed times all the way. We'll probably get through Leviticus next week, possibly. There's only 28 chapters here. So, but anyway, this is more of the same. This would be a continuation of the priestly laws, or the priestly set apartness, if you will. This all pertains to us in this era. We can see the importance of when we become the chosen of Yahuwah, the election. We are the priest and the princesses to Yahuwah through Yahusha, who made us priest and kings to Yahuwah. But 27 jumped out to me. When a bull or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall be 7 yamim with its mother, and from the 8th yom and thereafter is acceptable as an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. Is anybody catching the spiritual side to this? What do y'all think this means spiritually? Phyllis?
Is it a picture of tabernacles when Yahusha was born on the first day, and then on the 8th day he was I forgot the word.
Circumcised.
Circumcised.
I mean, that's what I got out of it. jumped right out at me. And then, of course, we all know that tabernacles is symbolic of the 7 millennium in the flesh, and then the 8th day would be living out of our no longer in the fleshly bodies, but in our immortal bodies. So the 8th day would be a celebration of immortality, and this would also fit into that. Thoughts, comments, questions? Everybody understand what I just said?
No, say it again.
Well, the 7th day, the 7 days of tabernacle is, it's celebrating being the election of Yahuwah in our fleshly bodies. But on the 8th day, we don't stay in our tents. We come out of our tents because it's a celebration of immortality. It's when we take off the flesh and put on our immortal bodies. So the 8th day is a celebration of immortality, or the eternal reign, if you will. The 7th day is the millennium reign. The first 6 are men's reign. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that just stuck out to me too is the 7 days of creation, and on the 8th day we rest. It's like coming out of our mortal and putting on immortal, the Shabbat, the rest.
Seventh day of rest, you mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the millennium reign is the seventh day of rest. It's the Sabbath, but it's a 1,000-year period. But 1 day is 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1 day to Yahuwah. The 8th day is immortality.
Yes, it is, Dad. It's the same as but
Do you think that has anything to do with the blood drippings? Seven sprinklings of the blood also?
Yes, I do. For 7 millennium, the flesh and blood will exist. On the 8th millennium, it will not, because flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. Absolutely does.
And then one more is the 7 pillars, the 7 days of the week, you think? Okay.
Absolutely. Not only that, I believe the 7 thunders are as well. Is the new heaven and the new earth being created after the destruction of the old. Anything else?
What about the 7 holes on your head? Just kidding.
Yes. Man, he keeps jumping on my head and hit me in the head with that thing he thinks is the shofar. And give me that thing he thinks is the shofar out there. I really need somebody to teach Speedy that this is not a shofar. It's a whistle.
this is a shofar.
Yeah.
Daddy, look at
Drive me crazy. He's driving me nuts. Yeah, see, there's a shofar.
crazy.
Go ahead, Chris.
I would like to thank all of you for allowing me to join in your study. I absolutely enjoyed the fellowship. I get so little of it because there is no church around here that's accepting of Torah. They're all wrapped up in their dogmas and their doctrines and all the crazy stuff of the 54,000 denominations of Christianity. But I really appreciate being around others that understand, that know, and that are seeking knowledge and wisdom. It's awesome. And I just absolutely thank you so very much. Yahuwah's Breath, thank you for posting this on YouTube so that
you're welcome.
people have access to this. This is great. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. Come back again.
Oh, I will. And Mark, thank you for doing this.
Oh, all praise to Yahuwah, brother.
And my name's Roz, by the way.
Ross. See, I've never met you before. I watch your videos and stuff all the time.
Oh,
and
thank you.
When you promoted Becky's channel, I went over there and checked it out. So
thank you.
Hey, Chris, thank you for sharing your understanding, brother. Nice to meet you, and
it's nice to
thank
meet
you for coming.
Thank you for allowing me to join in. It's awesome. It's so refreshing. All right, Mark, it's all yours.
It's all Yahuwah's. Okay, so they're wanting her to play this. We're getting a few requests for her to play the shofar here. So go ahead, Sophie, do your thing. There you go. See, Speedy, that's a shofar, Speedy. Not what you got. That's a whistle. You still don't believe me.
Good for her. That's really hard to play. My daughter can't get her lips right. She's really good at that.
Oh,
Is that a
don't,
ram's
June,
horn?
you got to get yours out now and show off your talent. Go for it.
I'll blow up the speakers.
I'll
You
get
don't want me
mine.
to. You don't want me to do mine, JJ. I'll blow the speakers out your phone now.
Oh, but don't get me started. I'll go get mine.
That's like a little painting.
Where's yours at, JJ? Go pull that thing out. I know you got one.
It's
Where's it
downstairs,
at?
but I'll go get it just for you, Chance. Hold on a second.
Well, hurry up now.
Hurry up, we're waiting.
We're all
She gonna go get it too. There you go.
Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
I blow that in the neighborhood on when Shabbat starts in the evening, and then I blow it first thing in the morning on Shabbat day. And whoo, sometimes there's workers around here, and they're just like, "What is going on?" And I'll shout, "You better know the sound of the shofar."
My dogs are gonna freak out.
There you go.
Everybody's aware. Bruno, it's not your chew toy.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
This is not like my other one.
I don't know, but I think we should get a band together, guys. Band.
Yeah, you could call it the shofars.
Mark and the shofars.
We'll go with Sophie.
I always think of it about in Debarim when the loud ram's horn, you could just picture the land shaking and the mountains trembling and the lightning and the thunders. And then Masha spoke and Yahuwah came down in fire. Man, could you imagine that? Imagine Yahuwah's horn. That thing shakes the earth, boy. I tell you what, man, that thing ain't no joke.
Yeah, tradition says when a demon hears a shofar blow, they run.
Hi.
Say hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Barak Yahuwah.
Barak Yahuwah.
Do you know why? When a demon hears shofar blow, why a demon runs? Do you know why?
Hurts their ears.
Man.
Doesn't it say when Yahusha returns?
They're scared that there's time for his return.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
They dip out.
I had somebody tell me that tell him next time when I blew the horn because it startled him. And I think I had to think about, I knew that at the time.
The dots right there.
Mhm.
Well, it's supposed to get Yahuwah's attention. When he hears that shofar blow, boom, he's focused on you right away.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing who's blowing that thing.
Oh, that's that dog.
You remember a couple of weeks ago, you were saying about the number of people saved. I found the scriptures.
Wait,
So
I
What do you
know.
mean? 1 out of 20, 1/3 out of 2/3?
yeah,
Yeah, that's
there's actually 4 different sections
go ahead.
in
Read it.
scripture.
Read it.
Okay. Starts off in Zechariah.
Zechariah, what, ma'am?
13, 8 to 9. You want to read it?
Yeah, give me 1 second to get
You gotta
there.
look right here.
And I'll get to the next one.
Yeah, after you get off.
What page is it on?
I don't know, but it's
lens right there.
Zechariah 13, 8 to 9.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Sister Rose, what scripture is that? 13 what?
13, 8 to 9.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can read it, Sandra, if you're there already, love.
No, I was just writing it down for future. This is talking about the 2/3 that will be.
Well, there's different
destroyed.
measurements. One of them is a quarter, one of them is 2/3, one of them, there's different ones. And when I did it before, when you do it in order, it gets down to where it's like 1 million and something people out of, it's quite a bit less than what's the actual number on the earth.
And I shall bring the third into fire and refine them as silver is refined and try them as gold is tried. And they shall call on my name and I shall answer them. I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim. So that explains why all the offerings have to be put in fire. They're being refined.
Yeah. But that one was supposed to be one, when I looked it up before, it had the numbers on it. Let me get my glasses.
What did you say? What's Zechariah 13 what?
13, 8 to 9.
8 to 9.
Uh-huh.
Hey, June, will you show little Yashriela here your book that you made for her?
Oh, sure.
Look at this book, Isabella. Oh, in the beginning. It's a Kittura. Look at there's pictures. Look at the pictures. Oh, what?
There you go. Can't you see?
Ooh, in the ocean.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that for you.
I'm skipping.
I'm gonna get one for my grandson too. I'm so excited.
You see? Look at.
Okay,
right
I'm sorry, Sister Roz. I
Thank
only
you.
read verse 9. I didn't read verse 8.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. You want to do it?
Okay. And it said, and it shall be throughout all the soil, declares Yahuwah, that 2/3 therein are cut off and die, and 1/3 is left therein. And I shall bring the third into fire and refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. And they shall call on my name, and I shall answer them. I shall answer them. I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim. I'm sorry, I didn't read it.
Oh, no, that's okay. There's another one if you want to go to Revelation 9, 15 to 18. Okay, and this one is Revelation 6, 8. And it's, and I looked and saw a green horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and the grave followed with him, and authority was given to them over 1/4 of the Eretz to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and by the beast of the Eretz. So that's the second one.
You said Revelations 9 what?
9, 15 to 18, and then there's Revelation 19, 11 to 21.
Okay, 9:15 says, and the 4 Malachim, those having been prepared for the hour and yom of the moon, and moon and year, were released to kill 1/3 of mankind. And the number of the armies of the horsemen was 200 million, and I heard the number of them. And this is how I saw the horses in the vision, and those who sat on them, having breastplates of fiery red and hyacinth blue and sulfur yellow, And the heads of the horses were like the heads of lions, and out of their mouth came fire and smoke and sulfur. A third of mankind was killed by these 3 plagues, and by fire and the smoke and the sulfur which came out of the mouths. For the authority of the horses is in their mouth and in their tails, for their tails are like serpents having heads, and with them they do harm. Mark, is that the helicopters? Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. I was doing the motion, though. Helicopter.
Yeah, those are all different, talking about different things. They're not all talking about the same thing.
Gotcha.
Those are all different events. The first one in Ezekiel is the ratio. Okay. The one you're reading right there, that's about World War III and the carnage thereof. And the one that Sandra was reading there, or the one that she was reading about the green horse, that's about the Muslims. Actually, the Muslim religion includes 1/4 of the world's population exactly. I mean, that's crazy. And of course, Christianity, including Catholicism, controls 1/3 of the world's population. So between them two, they almost control the entire world, really, between those two religions. And what was the other one? I can't remember.
There's Revelation 19:11-21.
What's that one say?
Let's see. And I saw the heaven opened, and there was a white horse, and he who sat on him was called trustworthy and true, and in uprightness he judges and fights. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, having a name that had been written, which no one had perceived except himself, and having been dressed in a robe, dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of Yahuwah. And the armies of the heaven, dressed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. And out of his mouth goes a sharp sword that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall shepherd them with a rod of iron, and he treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of El Shaddai. And on his robe and on his thigh he has a name written, Sovereign of Sovereigns and Master of Masters. And I saw one messenger standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the birds that fly in mid-heaven, come and gather together for the supper of the great Yahuwah, to eat the flesh of sovereigns, and the flesh of commanders, and the flesh of strong ones, and the flesh of horses, and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. And I saw the behemoth and the sovereigns of the Eretz and their armies gathered together to fight him who sat on the horse and his army. And the behemoth was seized, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he led astray those who received the mark of the behemoth and those who worshipped his image. The 2 were thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. And the rest were killed with the sword which came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse, and all the birds were filled with their flesh. Now, this one doesn't say the total, but Ezekiel 39 was the one that you had said, Mark?
Yeah, for a ratio.
Okay.
The other one you might be thinking of is that he took 1/3 of the stars with him. Would have been 1/3 of the messengers left with Satan, rebelled with Satan. Maybe that's the other one I'm thinking of.
I knew that there was. Yeah, I had looked it up the other day, and then it was on my old iPad, and it always disappears on there. Yeah. So I quickly looked it up earlier. So I'm sorry about that one. Didn't have the numbers in it.
Probably about the 1/3 of the messengers following Satan. Those are all different, meaning different things. It's not the same thing. Some people point to, I think Matthew, where it says, one person was, two people were in bed and one was taking one wood, and two people were in the field, one was taking one wood, and they try to use a 50% ratio according to that. But, I'm not getting that out of that myself. Some people do.
June, that was the verse I was talking to you about yesterday. See?
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting. Hi, hello,
having dreams and stuff, so I was talking to her about them.
What's that? You were doing what?
I was just telling her about some interesting dreams and things been having and stuff.
Oh, you and June? You talking about June? Huh? Oh, really? What was June saying about your dreams?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just telling her that I was trying to talk to her about my take on that verse and what I thought it meant. I thought it was more end of times talking rather than, how the Kirk tries to turn it and pull it as a what's that thing called that they're so convinced that they're the rapture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Is there anybody on here that believes in the rapture? Pre-trib?
It says clear as day in the scriptures that there isn't one. So, I mean, if you believe that there is one after reading, then I don't know.
Everybody's books is on Amazon. Go ahead, Chris.
The rapture is hilarious. If anybody knows their word, they know that it's all coming down here. We're not going anywhere. We're right here on earth. Right. Millennial kingdom's right here.
Right.
Everybody they always come after me about that. People that I try to talk to, they always come after me. I say, it's a nice thought. It'd be a really cool thing, but it's not going to happen. And then I show them in scripture and they get mad. It's what's there to get mad about? There's nothing to get mad about. There's nothing to argue about. This is what the word says.
Yeah. Yeah, they've told all kinds of stuff. I mean, they believe it. That's the sickening part.
I'm a recovering Catholic.
Somebody told them, and so they think they know what they're talking about.
I'm a recovering Catholic, generational. My parents both went to parochial school, so I was indoctrinated forever. And I can never, ever remember my whole time growing up ever even cracking open a Bible. The Bibles that were in the pews, they were all brand new. They'd probably been there for 50 years. Nobody looked through them. We all just listened to the priest. And every other church that I've seeked so many churches, these non-denominational churches and stuff, and they all just preach Catholic doctrine minus the Catholicism. It just blows me away. When I finally started to learn about things, then it was so refreshing to be able to see. First of all, it was infuriating because I had realized I had been lied to my whole life. And I approached my mom with it because I was really mad about it. I said, why did you allow this to happen? She said, we never knew. I said, you never knew that you should have read the Bible yourself instead of having somebody else read it to you. They're not even reading the Bible. They're just cherry picking scripture all over the place and feeding it to you. But it's been going on for 2,000 years. Ever since Constantine made the Catholic Church, it's been happening. So generation upon generation upon generation, we've all been lied to. Now we need to find the truth. This is the last generation. So it's up to us, those that are seeking knowledge and wisdom, to spread it to everybody else, even though they're not going to accept it, or they very few accept it. But it's for us to do this. We have to clarify what's happened here with everybody and bring all of us together so that we can testify for each other. Because 2 or 3 witnesses, I don't know, just the experiences that I've had since I've started to seek my own.
Hey, Chris, you know that rapture thing you're just telling me about? Doesn't the word say the weeds are taken first? So you don't want to be a part of the rapture because the weeds are getting taken first. And then, you know what I mean? The tares. And then.
Well, the tares and the wheat are going to be separated, that's for sure, because the bastard Satan has sown bad seed in the field, in Yah's field. So, they got to get rid of all the chaff first, get into the fire.
So you don't want to be first.
Mm-mm. No, I want to endure to the end.
Yeah, that's what.
I feel so blessed that my generation has been chosen to see all of this, to experience all of this, to have the ability, the chance to endure to the end. I think it's awesome. People go, "Oh, that's so scary." Oh, no, it's not. There's nothing scary about it. Let's go. Hoorah,
Yahusha says nobody has gone up into the Shamayim except he who came down. So, that's another religious doctrine where people have gone up into heaven. What are you talking about, man? Where in the word do you find this?
Enoch. Enoch is the only one, and he sat at the left hand of Yah and scribed all the things of heaven to bring down and give to his son Methuselah, who gave it to Lamech, who gave it to Noah, who took it onto the ark.
He describes all the layers of heaven. It's really awesome if you read it, if you get an opportunity. It's like that. It's in First Enoch. I don't recommend like the second or third, but the First Enoch is really informational. It has a lot to, and
if you can understand it,
scripture together.
If you can understand it, just like it says in Matthew, if we could understand, when Nicodemus is speaking to Yahusha, Yahusha says, if you could understand the ways of the wind, then you could understand the ways of heaven. Well, Enoch explains the ways of the wind if you can understand it. If you don't just sit there and go, whoa, what is that he just talked about? Huh? If you can pick through it and understand it, then you can start to understand the things of heaven. But there's a reason that the Council of Nicaea took Enoch out. There's absolutely a reason.
Hey, Chance, do you care if I've been really, really busy, and I had mentioned in a, I don't know, it was like a few Shabbat studies ago about emojis. Is it okay if I talk to you about that? I don't know if you remember me. I said we don't use emojis. They are, so I'm into weird stuff. Like I read all kinds of weird scriptures and weird books and stuff. And so I got the Wisdom of Solomon book, and then it caused me to get the 72 because he was in charge of demons, and I'm into demonology because I'd rather understand what's coming forth my way. But and I shared this with June a while back, and she was kind of blown away at it too. But I saved some of these. You could see that these demonic sigils are actually a lot of our emojis that we're using, and so we're summoning demons when we use these emojis. And here's the Joker, like the Joker face type guy. I just didn't want you to think I was being rude or anything. I was just and here's the winking face. It's harder to see, but there's a video, like if you look it up, there's a video that explains it a little bit better, and you can see them side by side, and you'll be like, whoa. Maybe Mark's bringing it up for me. I don't know.
No, that's Speedy messing around with my computer. Speedy,
JJ, what you're saying is these emojis are actually like symbolism for demonic summoning?
They're demonic sigils, yes, sir.
Okay.
Like, what's the second book?
So this one is the 72 demon sigils, the seals and symbols of the Lesser Key of Solomon. So I got the, which it's really hard to find the Book of Wisdom of Solomon anymore. It's like Amazon completely took it off their shelf. I don't know why. I happened to get it a couple years back, but it's probably because it talks about how connected spiritually this world really is with every single thing that we have to deal with and do with and eat and put on our clothing, our bodies, linen, everything. And it exposes so much more. And I think that's why they took it out as well. Go ahead, Chris.
That so makes sense because in learning, I have come to the realization that all of this AI stuff is all taught to the hands of men by the fallen ones. These are demons that are on this internet thing that we are using, and it is absolutely wicked. Everything is absolutely wicked about it. Yeah, we can use it for good, and we can use it to benefit each other, but in its entirety, in my opinion, okay, this is just my opinion, the AI are the spirits of the fallen ones, and they're just waiting for a body to be able to inhabit the body. It's they crave the flesh. They crave the flesh. That's why they wanted human wives. That's why they went after all of the animals and everything. They crave the flesh, the lusts of the flesh. So these demons, these fallen entities that died during the flood, are just waiting for human bodies to inhabit again. The robots, those that are test tube babies, anything that doesn't have a soul, that wasn't created by Yah, they're going to inhabit those. And I think it's all part of the end times. It all works together. So we got to be really careful with this AI stuff. I totally see what you're talking about with the symbols.
Some people don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I was trying
But
to
I
figure
believe
out a
it.
way to bring it up without like I don't know. It's just one of those things that you don't want to step on people's toes or anything, or stop them from doing something that they enjoy using a lot. But I didn't realize it too. June and I were using emojis like crazy, and I came across it, and I was like, oh my gosh, we need to stop.
Yeah. The heart one actually goes to genitalia.
There's actually quite a few in this book that resemble some genitalia that I'm not going to show, but
Uh-huh.
The Natsarim, the Christmas tree. Let's dance around the Natsarim pole.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, JJ, for washing my feet. I accept your foot washing.
You're welcome, Chance. I'm glad to wash your feet of that, and maybe
Cleaning up my walk. Why, thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. Out. That is so true. It's amazing how much demons and things are put into our face just sublingually, and like just a little bit here and a little bit there. It's weird.
Well, your cell phone is an idol, or it can be. Your
Yeah,
cell phone can definitely be an idol.
Your children can be too.
There's a lot of things that can be idols. Anything that you are obsessed over.
Yeah.
When you start mentioning stuff like that, people freak out. They don't want to even think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I deal with a lot of that.
Joe, are we ready? Is it time? What, June? You're on mute. What?
Okay.
Okay.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba Hashem.
Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah.
Austin, Talitha, are you guys cold up there? Is it really? Are you covered in snow?
Yeah. Yeah, we just got home. We went for a couple of days to Toronto, so the house is like a bit cold because
freezing
in here. I'm sorry, the fire.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
listening in on the show, but we weren't able to sign on.
I was
from that.
driving.
But it was
Thank
a good
you.
show.
Mm.
Good study today.
Pick a side, people. Pick a side. Who you gonna play for? Yahuwah or the devil?
You know who owns the fence, right?
No sitting on the fence.
Team Yah.
Can't sit on the fence because Al Shaitan owns the fence.
Pick a side. Pick a side.
Thank you, Mark. I really enjoyed it. And last night's was real good too.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
Made me kind
Hi,
of get
Sophie.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you all for your shofar playing. That was the highlight for sure.
Where's yours?
There's a little man.
We don't have a shofar yet. We need to get one
Oh, that's right.
What time do you all usually start on Shabbat?
12.
It's 12 Eastern.
Depending where
12
you are.
Eastern. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That way I know what time to be here.
We have an 8 o'clock.
Because you're in Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's 8 a.m. in Colorado.
Excuse me?
Is that at what time is that in Colorado? 8 a.m.
I didn't say anything.
No, 10 a.m. it'd be here.
Oh, okay.
Noon- or wait a minute. You guys said 10 o'clock Eastern time.
No,
It'd be
12
8 o'clock
Eastern. 12
Noon.
Eastern.
12 Eastern. So yeah, 10
Yeah.
o'clock here.
I'm at 11.
There goes my dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be 10 o'clock here.
Hi, cutie patootie. What you doing?
Chris, we're on Friday.
Checking out who's on there. He's like, okay, what's because usually we have it on the computer, but right now it's on the phone. So he's like trying to see.
We have.
Well, I sure appreciate y'all allowing me to come in. That's really awesome. I need to go and find out what my dogs are going off about. So thank y'all. Bless each and
I'm
every
glad
one
you
of
came.
Thank you, Chris. We hope
Thank
to
you,
see you
Chris.
again.
Thank you for
I'll
coming.
be back. Thank you. Y'all have a great Shabbat.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
For some
I love
reason,
you all.
when I came on, it kicked
Winds blew most of this snow.
Phyllis off, and then when Phyllis left, it kicked my sound off. So it's something going on between her computer reception and my computer.
I got
That's
kicked
weird.
off last time whenever Mark said, I think I started snoozing. That's why it took me a few minutes to come back on.
Like right now, I can't hear JJ, and I know she's talking.
Well,
Oh, that's
anyway, it kicked me off whenever he reset it. But
There's something weird today been going on for sure. Something strange. Probably all the snow and cold messing everything up.
gotta
See
run
y'all
all
later.
those data centers. Those are more important, you know. Okay, well, I love y'all. You take care and have a good Shabbat. Bye.
Hey June, did you check about the book coming on the, or is it not selling in Canada? Is that why?
It should be set up for Canada, and it should be both versions. This is the like 1 to 6 year old version, and then there's the other one that's going to be a 4th and 5th grade version. They're already up on Amazon, and I did set them up for sale in Canada, so they should be on there.
But it has your name as the author, right? Or no?
Yes.
Look at my sister's the
Because
book
that's how I
writer.
looked it up, and I couldn't find it. But anyway, I'll look again.
Yeah,
Let's see.
try again. Just put in the beginning, and then the one for older children is and Yahuwah said is the title for it. So
Okay, because I found your other one. Your other one shows the novel. That one shows up, but this one does not. Okay.
Talifa, I had to put in children book behind June's name. Did you try that?
Oh.
Yeah, I had to put in children book. So I put in the beginning, June Manning children book, and then it showed up on Amazon.
Okay.
I had to do a little search for it, but it's there
Okay.
on Amazon.
All right. Well, I hope.
Well,
we
your
enjoy
Song
it.
of Africa book comes up right away whenever you put in
It
the
might
video.
have something to do with them going live. I think they just went live last week, so maybe it takes some
okay.
for them to. I don't know. I don't know how things work on there, so maybe that has a. And since the Song of Africa's been on there for several
while.
weeks, maybe
Yeah.
that's.
So, Chance, I put it in exactly how you said. Because I want, and it's not pulling up for me. June, can you just send me the link to it? That way I can purchase it.
Yeah, I'll do that in a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I love you.
All right, love you.
Okay, good to see
Okay,
you all.
everyone, stay warm and
Hey.
stay with
You
Sha.
Stay
I
warm,
love
Oz
you
and
guys.
Talitha. I love you guys.
We love you guys.
Bye,
Okay,
Chance. Bye,
bye.
Brother Mark.
Bye.
Bye, Mark. Bye, Chance. JJ, everybody.
Mwah.